It's always so creepy when it has this intro. Anyways, it's JPChivalry going live with Umineko, When They Cry, episode 6. I don't know what the title is, actually. It's not Checkmate? I know what that last episode is called, because that makes sense. Well, because I have this file. I look at the Wikipedia to look at the episode titles for when I do the highlights. So I saw what episode it is. I don't remember what episode 6 is, though. But yeah, we're live. I don't know how long we'll go, but we'll see. I mean, if it's anything to go by, stop at 3:19. We'll see about that. But yeah, we're live. Let me check some things real quick before we continue, before we start. I think I have a couple games that I want to play after we finish Umineko, which I think should definitely be next week. Maybe. Depending on how this session goes. But it should definitely be next week, I feel. Probably. Maybe. Possibly. We'll see. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I want to know how they did it. How did everything happen? Is it magic? It can't be magic, right? It's not supposed to be. But then again, it is her world, their world, so it could be allowed. Just don't know. But I am curious. Battler's the game master this time. So that's gonna be an interesting turn of events. Also, I haven't fixed the BTC FC. It's fine. It's a running joke at this point. Totally okay. But it's alright. I guess we're good. We're good to start. Let's do the BTTV FFC. But yeah, the death counter, or the impossible counter didn't work. For whatever reason. So I'm not sure why. But maybe it should work now. Hopefully. If I click into the game, add 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. Not the weave game? What, Rikuto? What do you got against this weave game? But also, hey Rikuto, how's it going? Listen, we're on episode 6 now. We got 3 more to go, including this one. It's going. How are you? I'm doing well. I should be asleep by now. But it's okay. We're gonna play. We're gonna continue. So we're just at the start of episode 6. I guess they didn't pause the counter. I rounded up to 325 because I feel like there was a lot in that last session. We were at 293, and I checked I checked the encounter as I was going to close it, and it was legally obligated to hate weebs. What? No. Can't have that hate speech here. Do you need to translate your 07th expansion's website? No. Japanese only. Where does it take us? Oh. Oh, it takes us here. I see. That's pretty cool. Well, let's not check that out. Also, the game got off full screen mode there. Okay. We're good. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. If I press plus, what happens? Okay, good. We're good. Everything's fine. Let's start it up. Dawn of the Golden Witch. Okay. Episode 6. Good morning. Now the curtain shall finally rise in the great game presented by that Battler-sama. Well, Battler-sama managed to successfully and spectacularly fill the enormous role of Game Master. Let us bear witness to this fight from the opposite side of the chessboard. There no longer is a difficulty level. There is no longer a hint, but a confession. Confession? Oh boy. Are you ready? story is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature. Any resemblance to existing individuals, organizations, locations, or incidents is entirely coincidental. So we're starting in the... Oh. A beautiful glow shone in from the skylight of the Grand Cathedral. Where do I put my drink? Let's put that there. Actually, no, I should put it over here. Right. Less worries. Less worries over here. The place was somehow different from the way it had been during the witch's trial. The decorations had changed. Cammy Bergen was like I do. I appreciate the lurk, Rikito. Thank you for hanging out. You're not muted, but you're low? Okay. Sounds good. Several pleasantly sparkling white ribbons that adorned it were thin like razors. They trailed beautifully in the air. Flowers were arranged all over in a way that would make any place look cheerful. It was like how a single drop of impure water can spoil an entire cask of wine. Just the presence of those flowers, those ribbons, and the red carpet that ran down the center of the room made it hard to believe that this was the same place Ushirimiya Natsuhi had been falsely accused of a crime. It had truly become a wedding chapel. Wedding? We're getting married? Pog. Oh, hello. Love is generous. Love is merciful. Oh. I like the blue-haired one more. Love is not envy, does not boast. Those words, spoken by the two demons who seemed to be in charge of this gathering, were part of a ceremony for making an oath of love before the eyes of God. Of course, in this wedding celebrated by demons, there was no priest in sight. Instead, there stood the witch who controls miracles. In sickness and in health. Yeah, a wife's true job is to be supportive in times of sickness. Isn't that right, Erica? Oh? Wait, what? Erica? Yes, my master. That looks good on you. What a fitting outfit for one who has conquered the bridegroom. Giggle, giggle, giggle. I'm honored, my master. Conquered? The bride standing on the carpeted path was Furuto Erica. The groom's face couldn't be seen. The bride's outfit certainly was a pure white wedding dress. Her veil represented both the white of God's blessings and the white of a demon's cruelty. A great many goat nobles, witches, and demons were gathered for this wedding. If only their heads hadn't been those of goats, it would probably have seemed a very refined crowd worthy of this great cathedral. If Gap's there, then it's not. I'd expect no less of you, Byrne. The stuff you manage to think up is always so twisted. A wife supporting her ailing husband. Isn't that a lovely story? Suits you well, Erica. And congratulations to you, too. Oh. Mr. Groom. Who is it? It's probably Battler. At that point, Mercastel stared straight into the groom's eyes. The groom didn't answer. His eyes were gray. His lips would mutter something from time to time, but no one could tell if the words meant anything. Hey, are you listening? You people? She spoke to the groom in the plural. Of course, there was only one groom. Of course, the gray-eyed groom didn't answer. Giggle, giggle, giggle. So even though you can hear her, you can't answer. Don't worry, okay? Battler-san. Well, so we're starting at the end, I guess. I guess it's allowed. Fine. How does Battler fuck this up? It's okay. I'll just take everything you are and trample it into the ground. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Ha 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 ha. The Witch of Miracles sneered with an evil smile that even a demon would shudder to look at. Even that sneer provoked no response from Battler's dim eyes. But who is this? People live for the sake of love. Therefore, today you have fulfilled the purpose of your lives. Oh, how great is the power to live, the power of love! I pray that the brightness of this day blesses these two for all time. Just give it a rest already, you demons. What comes next? The couple will now make an oath of eternal love. After that, they'll exchange rings. On Battler's hand was a ring bearing the seal of the one-winged eagle, proof that he was the territory lord of this world. And on Erica's finger was a diamond ring that could not be shattered by any miracle. Diamonds signify an eternal bond. However, in Greek, the word diamond simply means unbreakable. Unbreakable. They're alive, damn it. It's a miracle. Erica wasn't vowing to love Battler forever. She just wants to rule over him as her eternal property. This wedding was being performed for the sole purpose of defiling Battler. Don't worry, I won't love you forever. After all, the point of this ceremony is to make you submit to me. Your heart will be shut inside an inescapable closed room forever, where I, Furuto Erica, the detective and the Witch of Truth, will command it. Your position as Territory Lord and your ring will become mine. Can't get... What was that? Can't get out. What's up with Battler? Oh. Yulia, Gap, Manoa. Two witches. Lanner. Who are these two? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I'll bet you can't get out of that closed room. After all, you made it yourself. You'll suffer in that room for all eternity. And I'll remain by your side as your wife forever, getting to enjoy that look of anguish on your face all by myself. Giggle, giggle. Ha 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 ha. I'll defile you forever. Usher me a Battler. Oh. Okay. God, the music's so good. I don't think the OP changed. I think it was the same. But man, well, that was a fast OP. That was like, what, 13 minutes in? Compared to the 40 minutes of episode 5. Well, look. Oh, what is that? What is that? What is that dirt that's on my keyboard? Okay, we're fine. All that could be heard was the sound of the wind. The sound of misfortune, bringing sadness and unease to all who heard it. So how did Battler mess this up? Slowly, I came back to my senses. I finally regained consciousness on top of a bed with a firm mattress. Where was this again? Can't remember where this is, but I can vaguely recall that I must not remain here. Oh, the room was dimly lit. There was a light on, but that just made the darkness and eeriness of the room more apparent. There were no curtains over the window, but it was too dark outside to see anything beyond it. If I squinted into that pitch blackness, it felt as though I could see the witch of the forest peeking back at me from the darkness, and I averted my gaze from the window in fear. I can't see or hear it, but I get the feeling that if I leave this room, it'll be bright and warm, and someone else will be there for me. I want to get to where everyone else is as soon as I can. Bad memories from when I was very young began to well up. Horrible, harsh memories of when I started dozing off during a family gathering and was put to sleep in some room I didn't know. I remember waking up there, incredibly lonely and sobbing. I must not remain in this room. I just want to get out of here quickly. Once that thought crossed my mind, I didn't want to stay in the room a second longer than I had to. I'm scared. It's creepy. Where is everyone? I want to get out of here right now. I opened the door, trying to leave the room. A pleasant glow snuck in through the crack of the door. As I thought, the corridor was filled with a comforting light. I couldn't actually hear them, but I could sense that far away, people were enjoying themselves. I'm sure everyone's gathered in the room across from this one. I've been shut up in this lonely, creepy room all alone. I should go quickly. As soon as I thought this, a merciless metallic sound rang out, and the door refused to open any further. The chain had been set. Always hated chain locks. You can open a normal lock just by twisting, but chain locks are built in an annoying way, and I couldn't work them easily. White people sad. So I've hated them ever since I was very young. See, even this chain is causing me trouble. I just can't get it undone. Why is this happening? I just want to leave this creepy room right away. Just on the other side of this thin door, everything's bathed in a warm light. I can't undo it. I just can't undo this chain. The more desperate I grew, the more that unsettling darkness seemed to be closing in on my back, and the more frightened I became. Then I finally noticed there's something wrong with this chain. Yes, there is a chain, but this isn't a chain lock. This is just a chain staked into the door, preventing it from opening any further. In other words, it isn't made to be opened. What the hell's going on? Who would do something like this, damn it? No matter what I did, no matter how much I struggled, I couldn't pull out the stake or undo the chain or break the mechanism. This door was just a demon's mouth, made to trick me into thinking it would open before crushing my hopes. Even so, if only I could just open this door somehow, I could get out into that pleasant corridor. This desire forced me to keep my hand glued to the doorknob. But it was useless. Both the chain and the stake were firm, and no matter how much I clattered them about, there was no chance of the door opening any further. Even though I could see the pleasant hallway through the crack, I had no chance of opening the door any further. Maybe someone will come if I yell. Maybe the door can be opened easily from the outside. When I thought this, I tried to call out to someone, but I couldn't make the words come out. I could mouth to someone, "Come here," but no voice left my lips. What's going on? Someone, come. Why can't I cry out? Help me, help me, help me. The mere fact that I can't say help me out loud is even scarier. If I turn around, the witch gazing into the room from the darkness outside might be inside the room this time, standing right behind me. I'm frightened. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Someone help me. Someone help me. I can't get out. I can't get out. Let me out of this room. Help me. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Help me. Help me. Help me. Oh, okay. No jump scare. Cool. Sounds like they've arrived, lady. Huh? Wait, what? Where are we? What? What is this? Oh. Wait, what? I mean, I guess she survived. So we're continuing Angie's story then? Huh. Amakusa ran his finger down my cheek. In an instant, I woke from the doze I'd just been in. I glared at Amakusa for waking me up in such a creepy way, but he just pretended not to notice. Huh. Where is this? Feels like a parlor in some dignified person's house, but I have no memory of this place at all. Where is this? And why am I... You still half asleep, lady? Yeah, sorry. Where are we? Huh? Apparently he hadn't expected me to forget something like that just because I wasn't fully awake yet. For once, I agreed with him. Why am I in some parlor that I don't recognize? Yeah, where is this? The sound of the footsteps from the they Amakusa had mentioned had come right up to the opposite side of the door. I could hear conversing voices. Is that a woman? Judging by the coffee and snacks laid in front of me, I was the guest here. In that case, I'd better remember why I came here, or at least who it was I came to visit. Who am I? Ushimiya Angie. Who's the man standing behind me? Amakusa Juza. Oh. Go back. Let's check his profile. Amakusa Juza. Former guard of Ava's, he's fundamentally a thrill seeker willing to take on dangerous jobs for very little pay. At one point he did work as a guard for Angie, but after repeatedly violating Ava's strict orders not to speak to her, Ava grew to dislike him and fired him. Angie seemed not to mind having him around, as he would often chat with her. This man who has traveled between the Japan Self-Defense Force, the Foreign Legion, and non-government military companies, has skill in counter-sniping and protecting VIPs. Ushimiya Angie, a final descendant of the Ushimiya family 12 years in the future. During her journey to reach Rakunjima while evading pursuers from the Sumidera family, she becomes overwhelmed by a world of an impossible memory. She reached several truths in the previous games and possesses the power to act as an observer. It seems that witches who hope for the worst for her are great in number, as are those who wish to become her master. Huh. Oh. Wait, Battler has... Whoa, what? Why does he have a... Okay. Alright. Cool. Lambda Delta. Because the game has now been ensured by the victory of the human side, she no longer stands in opposition to anyone. As a previous game master, she also knows the truth and has taken a position of the non-interference. Now she is simply acting as an observer and enjoying the way her beloved Burn's face contorts itself. Burn Cristel. With the victory of the human side, she should have won as well, but she doesn't seem to be satisfied. It appears that she is less concerned with who actually wins and cares more about how brutal an end might be reached. This is why she's hostile towards Battler. She tries to end this peacefully, and why she's trying to use Erica to ruin this final game. Final game? Wait, what? Furuto Erica, Witch of Truth, provisional, is also the detective and the one who calls herself an intellectual rapist. She participates in Battler's game as a player for the human side. She possesses several skills that qualify her to call herself a detective. These can be acknowledged by Barkesteld and elevated to the level of Red Truth. Whether she wins or loses, this will be the last game, and there'll be no further use for her. Last game. I feel like this changed, right? Lanner A. Knox, a member of Eisener Jungfrau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. A head inquisitor of heresy and first-class archbishop. She's commonly known as Lanner of the 10 Wedges or Death Sentence Lanner. The name death sentence comes from the fact that, though Inquisitors of Heresy normally judge their targets to see whether they deserve the death penalty or not, Head Inquisitor Lanner is only dispatched after a case has been vigorously inspected by the Great Court. Okay, I'm fine. Therefore, the very act of dispatching her is equivalent to a sentence of death. Her father was a legendary Inquisitor of Heresy, but he broke the rules and was executed. She was the one who performed his interrogation and execution. Since that time, she has stopped growing, and both her body and mind remain eternally those of a young maiden. It is whispered that her heart also died at that moment, but she does not see it that way. Primary weapons are the red key and the blue key, which take the form of a longsword and a short sword. It's probably the same. Cornelia, member of Eisner Jungfrau, 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven, an assistant inquisitor and a third-class minister. She has obtained high grades in academic exercises, but this is her first time on the job. She possesses a strong sense of justice and is currently cramming for exams to become an Inquisitor of Heresy like Lanner. Her current goal is to become more like the veteran assistant Gertrude. She only has a zealous personality, however she imitates Gertrude and tries to be emotionless. She's too innocent and pure to be involved in heresy hearings, and she doesn't yet know anything about dirty jobs and the dark side of this profession. Gertrude intentionally selected her for this mission, which reeks of a plot within the Senate. She wants Cornelia to see for herself whether she's really suited for this kind of work. Gertrude, member of Eisner Jungfrau, 7th District Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. She's a high-level assistant inquisitor and a first-class minister. As an assistant inquisitor of heresy, she is tasked with aiding during interrogations and hearings. Because most missions end up as executions, she's usually assigned the job of using barriers to block the target's means of escape. Let me check something. Okay. Next. When it comes to fulfilling her mission, she's calm, flawless, expressionless, and motionless. However, most of the time, she was quite compassionate. Is loved by many of her juniors. She has already passed her exam to become a full Inquisitor, was offered a vacant position in a different district, but she refused. She waits for a reassignment under Lanner, to whom she owes a great debt, and continues to serve alongside her as an assistant. Therefore, though she is an assistant, she is treated as an Inquisitor, third-class Archbishop. Battler. The Endless Sorcerer and the final Game Master. He is the ruler of the game board and the Territory Lord. To prove that he has won Beato's game, he must act the part of the Game Master. By succeeding in this, his victory will be acknowledged and Beato's game will reach its end. Because he knows all the truth, the plane on which he exists is higher than those of all others. Virgilia. Now retired. Wait. Oh, they have their own thing now. Okay. Is it just Gertrude and Cornelia? It is, right? Okay. Let's go to Virgilia first. Virgilia. Now retired Endless Witch and Beatrice's teacher, she used the Endless Magic properly and devoted her life to the smiles and happiness of many people. She taught Beatrice the Endless Magic, believing that Beatrice would also devote herself to the people, and retired. Though she was Beatrice's teacher, she was also a magician employed by Beatrice's family. For that reason, she interacted with Beatrice in a manner fitting for a servant. Some point to this as the source of Beatrice's arrogance and recklessness. I think that's new. Renaud, one of the 72 Great Demons, works for a master in exchange for various forms of compensation. Currently has a contract with Beatrice as her butler, head furniture. He's become proficient at housekeeping after serving in many households, so his ability as butler is very high. In the high society of witches, employing him has become a kind of status symbol. Furthermore, the cookies he bakes are superb, and witches will often form a line demanding them. He must possess tremendous magical power. But since he always stays out of the spotlight to further boost his master's reputation, his combat capabilities are unknown. Gap. One of the 72 Great Demons, also Beatrice's friend. When a magician demands it, she grants the ability of instantaneous movement. She uses this extraordinary power for playing pranks mostly. Her specialty is hiding keys and bags during busy mornings. However, in the context of closer and mysteries, this power becomes an ultimate weapon that can easily strike a finishing blow. Her queen bee strikes are likely to pierce any and all detectives, forcing them to surrender. I'm not going to read the Seven Sisters, because I don't think I mean, Gat probably didn't change, but I wonder if the Seven Sisters changed. Okay, so Mammon. Leviathan. Selfish crybaby. Lucifer. Satan. Belphegor. Beelzebub. Leviathan. And then Asmodeus. Is that all of them? Mammon, Asmodeus, Lucifer, Belphegor, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and then Satan. Right. That should be all. All of the goats. Low-level first-term service to Beatrice. They are great in number, but silent and lacking personality. They obediently follow their master's orders. Their senses are closer to those of animals than humans, and they are surprisingly dull-witted, which sometimes leads them to misunderstand their orders. They have by nature a massive build, like a minotaurus, and fearsome superhuman strength. They may be low-level furniture, but the ability to summon an inexhaustible supply of them makes them extremely convenient. Okay. Oh, Kinzo's missing. Ushimiya Kinzo. They each have the Ushimiya family. He's already dead, but thanks to Kraus and Natsu's closed-room illusion, it is being made to look as though he is alive. Therefore, there is no longer any need to include him in the number of people on the island. Without him, the number of people goes from 18 to 17. However, after welcoming in the guest known as Erica, the number returns to 18. And Erica's not there. Okay. I don't think these changed. Kinzo, attending physician. Okay. George. I don't think anything changed there. Okay. We're good there. Who's the man standing behind me? Makusa Juza. The man who used to be my guard long ago. He's now the bodyguard Okanogi assigned to me. So pour some drink. In that case, is this after Aunt Ava's death? And I've thrown off my pursuers? On that journey to find out what happened 12 years ago? Is that how it went? Do I really have a memory like this? After a knock, the door opened, and the person I must have come here to meet entered along with an assistant. How wonderful. Even after seeing her face, I can't remember who she is. Our sincere apologies for keeping you waiting. Hachijo Toya is here. That's a relief. The assistant introduced her to me first, and I finally remembered who she was. She? I thought it was a he. Excuse me, but are you... Oh. Okay. That's right. I'm Hachijo Toya. I've seen her art. Hachijo Toya, a message bottle forger. She's a mysterious novel writer and her person is surrounded by even more mysteries. than those found in her novels. She claims to have found the truth of Rakajima and posts new tales she has written on the web, as though giving out extra hints. However, I have no memory of meeting her before my trip to Najima. The magazines were all talking about you. We're all talking about your book signing event. Supposedly a mysterious male author showed up wearing sunglasses and a mask. Never thought you'd be a woman. What's the deal? Oh? That was just a double arranged for by the editing department. I was the helper standing behind him at the book signing. Now there's a shock. Haven't read your works, but I'll bet you're even more mysterious than your books. Readers only pretend to read books. Oh? They read them based merely on the name of the author and the brand and think that they've actually read them. No matter what I write in my books, they don't really truly read anything. They just pretend to read so they can look smart and knowledgeable and keep up with the current fad. Why on earth should I expose myself to these people? Why indulge such trash? I see. Looks like you're Madame Hachijo, alright. This person really is eccentric. There's no doubt about it. This is Hachijo Toya herself. Hachijo Toya is a mystery novelist who's become the center of discussion lately. It seems her books themselves have been highly praised, but it's her mysterious debut that's attracted so much attention towards her lately. Last year, she managed to win several different awards for exceptional mystery novels offered by multiple large publishing companies, submitting each of their works under a different pen name. And after that, several highly regarded anonymous works were discovered, one after another, to have been stories she had written in the past under false names. And her popularity soared as she herself became more mysterious than her books. Despite all this, the author herself never appeared in public. Everything about her was wrapped in a veil of secrecy. However, just a few days ago, this author finally made a public appearance for a book signing, showing up with a mask that covered his face and drawing even more public attention. Yet apparently even that had been a fake. She's Banksy! Given this person's radically unconventional track record, it was hardly a surprise to hear her casually insult her fans like this. Also, what is this? Okay. I know quite a lot about you too, was showing me at Angie-san, so I clean my glasses. Oh, those eyes. The talk shows have been saying all sorts of things. I'm sure you've heard nothing good. Yes, nothing good at all. Apparently you employ and fire people on a whim, try to resolve everything with money, and care nothing for the law as long as you get your way. Yep, sounds about right. Hehehe. However, I happen to like intelligent people like you. Is that why you agreed to meet with me? Exactly. You're the only person who's managed to spot that Itoi Kukuro Regionamu is another pen name used by me, Hachijo Toya. That's actually quite impressive. Itoi Kukuro Regionamu? It was a pretty strange pen name. However, if you match the Japanese syllables to numbers, you can read it as 1101-9960576. 11,19,19,960,576. This massive number is equal to 18 to the 8th power. 18 to the 8th. In Japanese, Toya no Hachijo. Or in other words, Hachijo Toya. Very well done. I was quite impressed. In fact, I was so impressed I decided to let you meet me in person. Welcome to my mansion, child of man. Child of man? Okay. Her manner of speaking was extremely condescending, but, perhaps because of her elegant manner, it didn't feel particularly irritating. This person had a sort of majestic grandeur about her, which made that style of speech seem almost natural. At least that's how it felt to me. In fact, it felt almost as though this was the manifestation of some noble being. Who would have no need to show herself before mere humans under normal circumstances? Since I'm not particularly a fan of hers, I guess this is proof that her mysterious charisma really is nothing to be laughed at. Kekto, you arrived? This whole series is nothing but a phonetics check for you. With her name. Oh man. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go with it. Yeah, how's it going, Psycho? However, I didn't come here to talk to Hachijo Toya, the mystery novelist. I'm interested in Itoi Kukuro Wijanamu, the mysterious web author who only released her works over the internet. Around the Japanese parts of the internet. Itoi Kukuro. I'm gonna have to so I figured it out? What's that? What'd you figure out? You figured out the mystery? How do we... Okay. How to pronounce... Itoi Kukuro. Well, that's not gonna help me. Never mind. No. I wasn't paying attention. Not the mystery? What? I thought you figured it out, Psycho. Around the Japanese parts of the internet, Itoi Kukuro is an extremely famous witch hunter. However, she isn't a big opinion leader like Professor Otsuki. She's one of those message bottle forgers who are always the center of vigorous debate. I figured out why I didn't like the Gus name and wanted to change it to Psycho. Oh, what happened? Well, it's because everyone shortened it for you, right? But you didn't want it to be shortened? Message bottle forgers are, as the name suggests, people who forge and post the contents of what purport to be mysterious message bottles detailing the events of the Rakajima incident. They claim to have discovered a new message bottle, and post either a very similar counterfeit story or a new theory with their own interpretation of the truth, all of which are supposedly written by Ushiromiya Maria. In so doing, they openly take on the name Ushiromiya Maria, writing up new bizarre tales as if they've been present themselves and knew the truth. They then send these stories out into the newest sea discovered by humankind, the internet, claiming that it's a third or fourth message bottle. Oops. Because Gus is an actual name, and it was fucking up my own identity, because I was starting to respond to it, and I just need an unrealistic nonsense name to regain myself. I see. A Psycho. Something I would never hear IRL. Gotcha. That makes sense. So yeah, I mean, if it was messing with you, then I guess, yeah, it's time for a change. I'm adjusted. I haven't said Gus in a while, right? All of the first foragers were either simple pranksters or crooks trying to swindle collectors. Eventually, though, people who claimed to have solved the riddles of the message bottle tales and reached the truth started to appear. They started creating original works of their own, third and fourth message bottles from Ushiromiya Maria, as though they had moved over to the riddle teller's side. Also, I got to choose this name instead of people just starting to call me Gus and rolling with it. Right. So it's your own. That's just good. These people rewrote the tale of the witch with whatever interpretations they wanted. And every once in a while, parts of their theories would gain big followings on the net. Some of these creations grew to be so widely trusted that they were believed to contain some grain of truth. The more rigid witch hunters openly despised these people, calling them forgers, counterfeiters, or just witches. Freedom! There you go. Though they claimed to have reached the truth, they refused to tell anyone and created fake messages bottles as though testing everyone else. It was no surprise that more straight-laced witch hunters were seriously annoyed by these foragers. However, among those who simply liked to entertain themselves with the occult fantasy of Rakajima, an extremely small number accepted these creations as literary works, glad of these additions to the mysterious tale. Itoi Kukuro was the most highly regarded of these forgers. End of the Golden Witch. I've read that one. That's one hell of a hobby you've got there, killing off other people's families however you like. Did you come all the way here just to say that? I think not, final descendant of the Ushiromiya family. She knows the other routes. In her latest forgery, N, she killed off 7 members of my family, at least during the actual story. Now, if you count Alliance and Banquet, the other forgeries she's made before now, then she's killed off most of my family in horrible ways over and over again. Alliance and Banquet? Of course I want to complain. However, all of her works are known for being in both form and level of perfection. The closest tales to those written by Ushimiya Maria herself. In particular, Itoe Kukuro's first forgery, Banquet of the Golden Witch, managed to fit everything including Ushimiya Eva's escape to Kuwadorian. People wondered whether this might be the true story of Rakanjima, and it even made it onto the talk shows. Wait, Alliance is 4, Banquet is 3. Shit. What was the first one? Legend. In turn. Okay. So she started with 3. Okay. So, actually, let me check, something. Yeah, it's adding. Okay, cool. We're up to 326 impossibles. So far, all of these cells have been nothing more than electronic text on the web. However, people will eventually realize that Itoe Kukuro is actually Hachijo Toya. When that happens, they'll become the works of that bizarre Hachijo, and no one will think of them as mere fan creations. People will probably start wondering if this might actually be a third message bottle she found and released under the guise of a story she herself wrote. When that happens, these stories will probably seem even more bizarre and incredible. You're pretty cunning, aren't you? Why do you say that? You're doing this to make your forgery seem more mysterious and more credible. And what do you mean by credible? Once you've gained credibility, your forgeries will rise to the level of truth. Rise to the level of truth? How foolish. Such a thing is unnecessary for my works. I like this theme. Are you saying that because your works are truth, not mere forgeries? Correct. They are truth, so there's no need for them to rise into anything. You weren't Maria One-chan, and you definitely weren't on Rakanjima on that day. So how can you be so absurd as to call this the truth? Hey, don't lose your cool, lady. Shut up. What makes you think I'm losing my cool? Giggle. And she half realized that she let her emotions get the better of her. She let it aside and shrugged. Your reason for coming here? It wasn't to yell at me for killing your family several times within my forgeries, correct? Hachijo had been smiling at Angie kindly, but in a condescending manner. Or else, like a mother might watch over a very small child. And then she realized this and was unable to suppress her irritation. Apparently Amakusa could tell that Angie was getting worked up. Oh man. Apologies. He joked around with her for a bit, so that they could start the conversation over again from the beginning. Saw that payway from earlier. The thing you came here to hear. It's the truth that I've reached, is it not? Why are you so sure that you've reached the truth? Because I've understood all the tales. And I'm asking you why you're so sure about that. Do you think the sun ever revolved around the earth? Hachijo suddenly started talking about the Ptolemaic theory? Ptolemaic. I'm gonna say it's Ptolemaic. How to pronounce Ptolemaic. Ptolemaic. I was close.
Ptolemaic.
About the Ptolemaic theory. Angie was about to tell her not to answer questions with more questions, but she quickly realized what Hachijo meant. Ooh, we learning? Humans used to support the Ptolemaic theory. However, that theory has been rejected in the modern age. Does this mean that at that instant that theory was rejected, the sun stopped moving and then the earth started revolving around the sun? Learn and stream? It's educational now. Of course not. The truth doesn't change based on what humans believe. Then right now, your denial of my truth means exactly the same thing. The idea of heliocentrism was proposed by several scholars before Galileo. However, it was hard to objectively prove that theory using the scientific techniques available at the time. Even so, that didn't change what the truth was, and yet it moves. So you're saying the truth is still the truth, whether you can prove it or not? Correct. In the future, when the full truth finally becomes known, people will look back and realize that I had already discovered it. Apparently Angie just couldn't stand Hachijo's attitude. She kept getting irritated, and every time Amakusa would joke around until she settled down again. However, there could be no mistake that Hachijo was a genius, and had used her extraordinary intuition to form a most interesting outlook on the events that occurred on that island. That was why Angie had wanted to contact Itoe Kukuro and hear her views. Still, this meeting truly had been fortunate for Angie. She hadn't been absolutely sure that Itoe Kukuro was Hachijo Toya. She hadn't thought that the publishing company would rarely contact the author, and moreover, she hadn't dreamed that the mysterious masked author would grant her an interview under such short notice. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that the sum of the events leading to this meeting made for nothing short of a miracle. Yes, a miracle. After all, in almost all cases, it would never be contacted by the publishing company, and would leave for Najima the next day. Question mark? I'd leave for Najima, then go on to Rakanjima. Oh, right, it's before that. And then give One-chan a Sakataro stuffed animal. Huh? Why a Sakataro stuffed animal? My memory of the future is all muddled. My head hurts. Hachijo said something about showing Angie something good, rose from the sofa and headed for the study desk. When she turned her back, Hamakusa asked Angie, who seemed to be troubled by something, if she was okay. Hey, Hamakusa. How long have I been here? What? You've been looking weird for a while now. What's going on? I can't remember how long I've been sitting here. You still half asleep? That's not it. I mean, I was able to get an appointment with Professor Otsuki, but the publishing company never got back to me about Itoe Kukuro. So in the end, I was stuck unable to do anything that entire day, right? Huh? Hamakusa, you went to go get that large black bag, didn't you? That's right. Just before we left for Majima, Hamakusa and I parted ways just one time. He'd said something about getting a weapon from an acquaintance of his, and he went to go get that large black bag. Wasn't that today? What am I talking about? I mean, didn't I go to Najima? Meet Captain Kawabata? And inside the bed shop? Huh? What? Are we gonna learn what she saw? Because that'd be pog. Something wrong? Did my confusion and uncertainty make me sigh out loud? Even though Hachijo's back was to me, she slowly turned around and smiled as though she had peered into my heart. No, it's nothing. Strange memories. Ones that even I can't understand. I tried to hide my confusion. For some reason, Hachijo had a strange glint in her eyes, as though she could read my mind. I revived and killed your family several times with various forgeries. Almost like a witch might. Reviving and killing them whenever you like. Endlessly. Sounds almost like Beatrice, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So please, follow the lead of all those people on the web. And consider the possibility that I might be a witch. She took a thickly packed brown envelope out of a locked drawer. It appeared to be filled to the brim with printer paper. Perhaps this was a manuscript for one of her works. The neat letters written in with a fountain pen on the envelope spelled out the word Dawn. There was no forgery by the name of Dawn, which must mean... And you could tell, this was a new one. Hachijo's newest unreleased forgery. Dawn of the Golden Witch. For one such as I, who knows everything, Everything is boring. However, I don't dislike letting the ignorant read my works to see what kind of reactions they have. And so, I want you to read it. Want me to read your newest work, which you've created as the new Endless Witch? Correct, child of man. Whether you resent it or admire it, you can help me forget my illness for a time. Let's put an end to this farce, shall we? Who are you? I don't remember ever meeting you like this. Yes, I did try to contact Hachijo Toya, but in the end I never got a chance to meet her. In other words, all of this is a falsehood. Whose piece am I this time? Sorry, but if you think you can tame Ushirimiya Angie so easily, you're making a big mistake. Pfft. Giggle, giggle. Yes, I'd hoped you'd be this interesting. She finally couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Gradually, the space around them seemed to be filled with a strange purple mist. The room itself seemed to twist and bend. Her figure also twisted, and after something that couldn't be described elapsed, her form changed to become just what she had called herself, a witch. Hey! There's one more left, one more character. But I haven't said her name yet, so... Splendid. You did well to see through my veil, but so early though. I was expecting like a episode 7, episode 8 reveal. I didn't think about episode 6. Splendid. You did well to see through my veil. It seems I'm the type of witches just love to cling to. You all have that same condescending tone towards humans. I figured you were a witch right away. The novelist sitting on the sofa was nowhere to be seen. Even Angie's bodyguard, who was supposed to be around at times like this, was gone. There was only a non-human figure relaxing in a large, ornate rocking chair. I find you truly intriguing, child of man. Your charming nature is the perfect medicine for my boredom. Yeah, well, I don't see anything charming about this. Why am I alive? Wasn't I killed in a pretty nasty way for breaking the rule about revealing my name? To be honest, I did doubt that those people would just let me go so easily. What kind of farce will I be forced to go along with this time? I really don't care. I'll just do whatever I can within the bounds of the role they give me. Whatever I can to help Oni-chan. Of course I understand. Even if he wins, he'll never come back to me. Even so, I'll struggle on. I'll make sure Oni-chan comes back to me, the me of that day. Wait, I don't want to wear headphones tonight? Why? This one? This song? Yeah, it's like that hum in the background. No need to lose your temper. I'm not asking you to be at peace. I just don't want them on my head. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Then why did you summon me here? Don't tell me you want me to read this news story or whatever it is you've written. Are they heavy? Like my head rejects? Oh. I see. That's it exactly. I do not want you to be my peace. I've always been a mere observer, and I have no intention of sticking my neck into their game. I don't get it. What does it want from me? Be an observer for me, an observer of the fragment Beatrice has woven. An observer? I don't really get it, but no deal. In the past, I observed the fragments through Battler's eyes. However, now that he has succeeded the position of Game Master, he is not a suitable observer. I'm following this tale with true and earnest intentions. It would be such a waste to observe it through the eyes of Battler as he is now, like reading a detective novel backwards. Oni-chan is the Game Master? What on earth are you talking about? You must have no clue what it's all about. You want to know, don't you? I want to know too. What kind of tale will Battler weave now that he has taken the position of Game Master? Furthermore, I wish to search for the truth Battler reached as part of my own mental journey. My illness affects me gravely. If I do not think, I cannot even keep my heart beating. So, you want me to read your new picture book aloud to you? You might as well interpret it that way. In exchange, you'll also be able to take part in your own journey of the mind. I do believe that even you have yet to reach the truth. I think you want to continue on the journey to find that truth. I don't owe you anything. Do not push your luck. I can be lenient at times, but such cases are rare. She hasn't said her name yet. Angie hadn't yet reached the truth either, though she knew that the game was little more than a toy for the amusement of those witches. She wanted it to resume, so that she could follow the tale and close in on the king called Truth. I might explore the tale to find the truth for myself, but I have no obligation to read it aloud until the end for your sake. Understand? Angie was willing to read the story aloud, but she could quit at any time if this witch made her mad. She was, in effect, warning the witch not to annoy her. Of course, you call it a picture book, but to me, it is the only medicine for a fatal illness. I cannot take that medicine without you to assist me. In other words, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. So you're telling me to read you a book until you fall asleep? In exchange, you'll let me read it too. Is that right? Precisely. If you are willing to accept, I shall ask that you become my reader for a time. We're the reader, oh my god. Well, it's nice to get my own title, but all you really want me to do is read books, right? Becoming my reader means the same as becoming my familiar. In other words, what is done against you will be done against me. I will not permit anyone to disrupt my only interest, that being to read the rest of Beatrice's tale. I will not let Bernkastel, Lima Delta, or even Beatrice force anything upon you. This witch, who seemed to have an almost divine quality to her, spoke both quietly and forcefully. There was no threat in her words. However, even so, it was clear that she was on a different level than Bernkastel and the other witches. Not at all to be taken lightly. So, you'll offer me protection if I agree to read your book? Of course. What I want is for you to read aloud to me. I will not spare any who attempt to stand in the way of that. If my attitude seems arrogant to you, allow me to apologize, child of man. It may not seem so, but I am speaking to you with the utmost respect. Yeah, probably. Even that witch-like style of speech. Feels like it's gotta be the most respectful thing you've said in the last few hundred years. When you're reading a book, do you tell it thank you very much before flipping through the pages? I guess it is like that. I understand. Just by agreeing to have a conversation with Angie, she was showing an incredible amount of respect and willingness to compromise. Angie shrugged, but she also nodded to show her consent. Sure. I'll be your reader. Get that you showed a ton of respect just by asking for my consent first. You understand well, child of man. My name's Angie, not child of man or whatever. Very well. As proof of my respect for you, I will acknowledge your name. For her, acknowledging human names was like acknowledging the names of all the leaves scattered across the ground. So, her acknowledging Angie's name was a miracle. No, it was immensely good fortune. From this point forth, Ushirmia Angie will serve as reader and Miko to the Witch of Theatergoing. Miko to the Witch of Theatergoing, Featherine Augustus Aurora. Until you finish reading, I shall bring calamity to all who will attempt to hinder your task. It's Featherine! So now there's one left. One more spoiled character. Featherine Augustus Aurora, majestic Witch of Theatergoing. Drama and spectating. She is tired of life after 1,000 years and constantly repeats the cycle of life and death. In the past, she served as the master for several games as a legendary witch, but her legend, glory, and memory have already disappeared into the past and have been forgotten. Only the solemn medal she wears on her chest contains those memories. The horseshoe-shaped object floating around her head is a memory aid device. Memory aid device? Really? Records her name, appearance, and other aspects of her personality. She is so old that she would not be able to preserve her own individuality without this. So old? She's old? How old? Until you finish reading, I shall bring calamity to all who attempt to hinder your task. When the Witch of Theater-going, Featherine, spoke this, Angie was wrapped in a black plate. Angie didn't feel any particular change herself, but she definitely had been given something that only non-humans could sense. It signified that from this point forward, Angie would be the Witch of Theater-going subject. That didn't mean that Angie would gain some sort of special power, but at the very least it probably meant that anyone wanted to cause her harm would first have to take on Featherine herself. Your name is pretty long. Sounds like some Roman person from the history books. What should I call you? Those not familiar with me call me Augustus Aurora. After all the respect you've shown me, it's only fitting that I respond in kind. I'll call you Featherine. Any problems? None at all. For an ailing witch such as myself, even being called by my first name will be an experience to be treasured and pondered over, child of man. I have a name. It's Angie. Even conversations like this are pleasant every once in a while. Angie, my Miko. Angie accepted her role. She had observed this story with the Witch of Theater-going. The curtain was rising on the sixth tale. I'm liking this already. I'm liking episode 6 already. It's a good start. We got Angie, we got Featherine, we got a 13-minute OP. Not that the OP was 13 minutes, but it took us 13 minutes to get there. That's what I meant. Fangie and Etherine. Is that their ship name? At one time, only Beato and her fellow witches had gathered in the smoking room to chat. Now, however, an unusually large number of people were present. I wonder what kind of game Battler's going to show us. I don't care what it is, as long as it's fun enough to relieve my boredom as I crush it. Leave everything to me, my master. I'll perform to my fullest and give you the results you desire. Yeah, you'd better. Kept making strange faces all last game thanks to you. I hope I don't start getting wrinkles from all that. That face, though. There's no need to worry. The beauty of my master's face is without peer, no matter how wrinkly it may get. It's rare to see Burn in such high spirits. Beato's game board really is something else. How sad it is that the master of this game board is no longer with us. The tiger dies and leaves behind its hide. Looks like Beato died and left behind her game. Even though chess still exists, no one knows the name of the person who invented it. Oh, you're right. Kahahaha, poor game inventors. Smug witches is better than nightmare bears. At least you can get down with the smug. Come to think of it, Battler-san really has kept us waiting, hasn't he? Is he still setting up the 6th game? Gertrude, how have Lord Battler's... or no, right, it's just Battler. Battler's operations progressed. You watched the Doki Doki playthrough, right? Because for Game Grumps, I mean. Trauma. To be honest, I think it's the voice of the music of Nightmare Bear. I see. Because, Aaron's robot voice is what I imagine for, Lanner. Please, allow me to speak. Know that he will be finished. Yeah, you definitely watched the GG Doki playthrough. Gotcha. Yeah, it's robot Monica voice. Please allow me to speak. Know that he will be finished very soon. If he's kept us waiting this long, he must be pretty confident in his plan. He really humiliated me in front of my master last time. I'll defeat him no matter what it takes. And you in particular, make sure you don't screw up again. I will meet the challenge with all my strength. The previous game master, Lamba Delta, had confirmed that Battler understood everything about Beato's game. However, in order to prove it, Battler would have to run this game by himself and carry it through to completion. Never go over Dan's Ziri voice, being a deep-ass dude voice. It's one of your favorite tropes. In other words, if Erica could crush this game of Battlers, she would in effect wipe away the dishonor of that last game. But Erica was chomping at the bit to get started. It was taking Battler quite some time to show himself. Oh, is this when he gets the cape? At that time, a swarm of gold butterflies popped into existence and took human form. From the shape of that familiar dress, everyone immediately realized who it was. Oh, hey. Oh? Now, is that Beatrice... Meta Beatrice or Peace Beatrice? Vocal dissonance? What's that Gruntsman's voice? Voice changed? That's the trope. I'll have to look at that. Look, it's Beatrice-san. Not that you died and disappeared last time. I think Quinn did that with showing off one of the characters in Final Fantasy 14. Like, he showed the English voice of the character and then the Japanese voice, and it's like way different. You wouldn't think that would be the voice that they would give it. The one who died last time was Beatrice the player. This is probably just a piece. Battler's piece. Even if she is a piece, it does not change the fact that it is her. Beatrice gave an elegant curtsy as she appeared. This humble entrance was so vastly different from her usual high-pitched laugh that it made the long-awaited start of the 6th game you feel even more ominous than it otherwise would have. Father will be here very soon. I ask that you wait for just a short while longer. Father? Haha! Father? The heck? Is that the new spin this time? Not only had Beato started talking in an unusually polite manner, she had also used the word father, presumably referring to Battler. For an instant, everyone was stunned into silence, but they quickly realized that this was setting up some kind of theme, and they grinned. Beato wasn't the type who could keep up this kind of act for long. It would probably fall apart in a few seconds, leaving her cackling rudely at everyone. Erica, who was itching for a fight, went for Beato almost at once. I can't believe that incompetent Battler-san reached the truth of your game. I'm sure Father understands it quite deeply. He really is good at that sort of thing. Still, you're pretty lucky. Battler hadn't become the Game Master, you wouldn't have revived again. You've really got the luck of the devil, don't you? The luck of the devil? Well, either way, I'm going to pay you back in full for the last time. You're just one of Battler's delusions, so I'll erase every part of you and knock you down to the abyss of oblivion. I too cannot allow you such an easy victory. I look forward to having a good, clean fight. By this point, everyone realized that something weird was going on. There was no doubt that the face, the dress, and the hair were all Beatrice's. However, her expression was different. Even though she had Beato's face, Beato would never show anyone an expression like that. Who are you? There was a heavy silence. Lamadelta spoke for everyone there. At first, Beato had worn a smiling yet blank expression. However, when she realized that the mood had gone suddenly stiff, her expression finally darkened and she hung her head. Who are you? You appear to be Lady Beatrice. But are you not? Even Lanner was forced to ask, despite the rudeness of the question. And that was how much this woman, who appeared to be Beato, was not. Am I somehow different from the Beatrice everyone was expecting? What are you talking about? Wait a second. Don't tell me you have amnesia or something. I was only born recently, so I have no memories at all. However, I will study hard in order to become the Beatrice you all expect. Beato. Thought I told you to stay in your room. Battler's voice came out of nowhere. His tone was very slightly cold. Beato's expression looked like that of a young girl being scolded. So we're going back to episode 3, Beatrice? The one that fell off the cliff in Battler's Kinzo? With a swirl of gold butterflies, Battler appeared. His dignified bearing and appearance were fitting for the ruler of this game. However, his expression was gloomy, and his gaze was directed at Beato. Go back to your room. You weren't supposed to be here. I just wanted to help you however I could, Father. Go to your room. He spoke both softly and forcefully. Battler didn't leave her any room for debate. Beato hung her head and curtsied as she prepared to leave the room. Also, yes, what is it, Father? My name is Battler. Never call me by a different name again. Yes. I mean, that's what's going on, right? Beato melted into a cloud of cold butterflies and disappeared. This was the first part of the tale with Battler as the Game Master. The witches had all assumed that he'd come forward with some flashy, big developments, so this was all completely unexpected to them. Their mouths were still hanging open. This is a pretty weird take on it. Pardon me. Please forget what you saw just now. You're playing dumb. But this is all just part of your plan, isn't it? You're scheming to give us the wrong impression, like another North Wind in the Sun strategy, aren't you? Is there something wrong? Don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with you people. I see. Guess it doesn't matter then. Okay, Battler, start up the new game right away. You've kept us waiting for so long, it's gotten totally boring. Sure. Let's start the sixth game. Sixth game. Erica, and you too, Berkestone. This will be my tale, proof that I've reached Beatrice's truth. I'm a Delta. Please watch this game until the end, as a former game master. Sure, looking forward to it. What's the title? Dawn. As in, the dawn of the Golden Witch. Sure, we're talking about a winter sun that goes below the horizon right away. Of course, my master. I'll drag it back down for you. At least your naming sense is good, Battler-san. I'll give you that much. I'm glad you like it. Then let's get started. The sixth game will now begin. Battler solemnly announced the start of the game. Compared to his fired-up attitude at the end of the previous game, where he and Erica had sworn to settle everything next time, he was extremely quiet now. Hello, JP. Hey, Nara. How's it going? We finished episode 5. And, what did we learn? We learned that Battler went Super Saiyan, and he became the Game Master. So now it's his board. Did Natsuki meet for her fate? She got punched a bit, but I think she came away. Like, they proved that she wasn't the culprit. Like, there could have been someone else. Because Battler did some work around and he made it so that he could be a culprit. So that's why, Erica and Berkestone are kind of pissed. Good work, Battler. Oh, Battler? Yeah. Because he wasn't the detective, technically. So he could have killed, the cousins. But who knows? We'll see. Angie. Beato seems to have changed a lot since we last saw her. I'm surprised too. I don't have a clue what's going on. I don't even get why Beato's alive in the first place. I just finished reading it a second ago, but at the end of the previous tale, didn't she die just before Battler reached the truth? Battler wouldn't do that, right? I don't think it would be him, but I don't know. There are two kinds of deaths. There are two kinds of death in this world. One of them is when a piece is taken from the game board. Such a death exists only within the bounds of the game. These lives can revive over and over again each time a new game begins. That's why the witches are so merciless when it comes to taking those lives. Also, right, Angie's back. And she brought up the thing that was in the boat place again, but she didn't say what it was. So we have no idea, still. So Angie's role is that she's an observer. So she's going to watch the game, and this witch that she's with is Featherine, who's the witch of theater going. And she just wants to... She's just bored, so she wants to know. Dang it, Angie. Why won't she say what it is? So the witch players, the lives of those characters who appear on the game board, are no different from pieces on a chessboard that take other pieces and get taken. After all, these pieces will be set up again when the next game starts. Also, Battler brought it up himself that he could be the guy from 19 years ago because of the mysterious part about his birth. But it wasn't proven or disproven, so... I don't think he is, but... I don't know. Maria's Sakataro is a prime example of these. He brought it up as like a motive for why he could be the culprit for the last game. Sakataro is One-chan's piece? Yes, that makes sense. In the game board that represents the inside of One-chan's head, Sakataro certainly does exist, and is a piece that always stays by her side, though he's nothing more than a stuffed animal in the real world. On One-chan's game board, he's no less of a piece than any other. But I wonder, if he were a piece in the Witch's game, it should be possible to revive him easily, right? But One-chan wasn't able to revive Sakataro in her world. That's because she lost that completely unique stuffed animal that was his vessel. Because of this, the conditions for that piece's existence were violated, and it became impossible to revive him on Maria's game board. The only reason you were able to revive Sakataro on the game board was because you once again satisfied the conditions for his existence, correct? I don't have to wake up early tomorrow? Nice. Get to sleep in. That's always good. True. Maria One-chan was only unable to revive him because she had lost the stuffed animal that was his vessel. If, like the rest of my family on Beato's game board, she hadn't needed a vessel for him, she would have been able to revive him as often as she wanted. I get it. Makes sense that Sakataro was One-chan's piece. At least, as long as his vessel was okay, it could have been revived over and over again. Correct. As long as his vessel is safe, it can be revived over and over again. That's what the life of a piece is like. That's the first kind of death in this world. What's the second? That's the death of beings outside the game board. To continue with the Sakataro example, this would be like Maria's death. You mean, not her death as a piece, but the death of the real One-chan, right? Not necessarily. Loss of interest or concern would have the same effect. When Maria outgrows playing with stuffed animals, Maria, the game player, will die. It's as quick and easy as turning off the switch on a TV when you get bored of it. I see. In that case, Beato, the player, completely gave up on winning during the last game. So she died and vanished. Which means if Beato ever comes back, thinking she's got a chance of defeating One-chan, that'll mean she's come back to life, right? Logically, that is true. It's the same for humans, witches, and even gods. If they lose interest and concern, they can die at any time. And if they regain that interest, they can revive at any time. However, though the concept of time does not exist in the world of gods, and they can revive whenever they want. Time shoots by like an arrow in the human world, and it isn't so easy there. Time's like an arrow. I think that was in BoJack. That's true. Skipping school for one day might not be a problem, but if you skip for 3 days in a row, it'd be really hard to convince yourself to go back. And what if that stretched out for a month, a year, a decade, or 1,000 years like in the world of witches? I see. you skipped class for that long, it'd mean your death socially. After being dead that long, not only would you be unable to catch up on all you missed in the world at large, you'd also lose any motivation you might have had when you left. So even though you'd be alive, it'd be fair to say that you died once. You would never again be able to regain the self that you once were. You would never come back to life. Beato lost any chance of or hope of winning. Even though she knew this, she pretended not to, and kept on fighting for many, many games. So, Beato would not return. Her hopes were crushed. She'd spent all of the willpower that she might have used to regain the will to fight. Therefore, that Beatrice will never revive again. That Beato, who just sat around the whole time with empty eyes in the 5th game, must have been her corpse. She managed to remain on the game board despite it all. But then even that corpse was wiped away. Dance 3. If Beato had been the game master at that time instead of Lambda Delta, the game board itself would have vanished at that moment, and everything would have ended. Come to think of it, Beato started to lose the will to fight back near the end of the 4th game. When Beato loses her will to fight, the world of this game disappears. However, the witches wanted to keep playing in this game board world, so Lambda Delta bound Beato in place with that cursed shackle. Or cursed. She used that shackle to fix the game board in place and prevent it from disappearing. Even if Beato did lose the will to fight, in chess, this would be the equivalent of removing the set time limit for each turn, making it endless. However, simply having the game endlessly paused on Beato's turn would cause the witches to die from their illness of boredom. That's why Lambda Delta took the position of Game Master. Why is Beato so sad? Because Battler doesn't remember, because he's a baka. Starting then, Beato's existence was no longer one of the conditions necessary for the game's existence. That's probably why the shackles binding her to the game board were released. Baka Battler. But then at the end, when he discovered the truth, which we don't know, I mean, supposedly, with the first 4 games, you can solve the mystery. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. But Battler discovered it, and then he was saying that Beatrice was the baka. So, who's the bigger baka? And that explains why she disappeared in the 5th game. Because Beatrice was being very complicated. So, when Oni-chan managed to reach the truth, it was 1 game too late for him to tell Beato about it. The 5th game was a form of charity on Lambda Delta's part. She merely showed Battler some mercy as the Witch of Certainty, acknowledging his strong desire to reach the truth no matter what. How can you call that charity? It's just those fickle witches killing time. Let's get back to the point. So that means this weird Beato isn't the player Beato. She's just a piece Beato. True. If that is the case, she should eventually become the Beato everyone knows. I imagine that is the Beato that Battler wants. You mean he wasn't satisfied with just a doll? When playing with dolls, one can project the personality they most desire onto the doll. However, since you're acting out their part, nothing unexpected can ever happen. You cannot hope for any unanticipated happiness. In the human world, there's nothing so boring as a pre-established harmony. That's why, though a doll can become a person's best friend in the world, people eventually get bored and outgrow them. Oni-chan only wants the real Beato. Couldn't bear having a doll that only acted like Beato. Beato born as Battler's piece would probably move according to Battler's wishes. It's only natural for a piece. Pieces move however their players tell them to, and they can't do anything else. I see what it is Oni-chan wants. So what's up with this weird Beato? Battler might be trying to revive the Beato in the truest sense. That is the never-dying dream held by children of man. You just used the red to say that wasn't possible. that Beato will never revive. However, that doesn't mean that it is impossible for Beato to be born again. Have you forgotten? I believe that Bernkastel herself revealed Beato's true form at the end of the first game. Oh, did she? Huh. Now I remember. She said something about how Beato exists as the incarnation of a role. Information began to be accumulated based around that role, and in the end, it took the form of a witch known as Beatrice. That pattern is followed once more, the same Beatrice will be born again, and perhaps one could call that resurrection. In other words, that weird Beato, this Beato is an egg, maybe a chick. That interpretation is probably accurate. In short, this Beato is a chick who might grow to become that Beato. And that means this pure and lovable kid will eventually grow into that screwed up crazy witch. In other words, that Beato is a baby version of the Beato we all know. So, just like how no person is born evil, the newborn Beato isn't evil either. Even though she really is a different person, if you measure her by her root, or perhaps her soul, then maybe you really could call this a resurrection. However, this reality can't possibly be easy to accept. Though she may technically be Beato herself, she is also, without a doubt, a different person. And that way she acts would make anyone feel as though something's out of place. How entertaining. Hearing you read aloud is far from boring. I doubt you even really need someone to read aloud for you. Looks like you already know everything. I only reached that thought because I am engaged in a conversation with you. My thoughts are more numerous than the stars in the sky. I only appear to know everything to a child of man like you. However, without you here, I am nothing but a weak, sickly person without even the power to think. If you just said that in the first place, I would have agreed to read for you a lot more easily. My mood just happened to improve. Don't get an overswelled impression of yourself. Your life means less to me than a leaf one has lost after using it as a bookmark. Please keep reading already. Is that pretty much what you're trying to say? Okay. Far from boring. You really do make an excellent Miko. Featherine rocked back in her rocking chair and looked up at the ceiling, laughing as though the conversation itself was pleasant for her. Angie was slowly figuring out how to deal with this strange witch. This person was also bored. It's not uncommon for a sick person who's bored from being bedridden for a long time to start acting rebellious. On the other hand, they can also get a little bored of being treated kindly all the time. She may want to be shown respect for her superiority, but it's probably more interesting for her when she's spoken to rudely. What a coincidence. That's exactly how I used to be. Anyway, from what we learned in the fourth game, there's no doubt that there's been some kind of antagonism between Beato and Oni-chan in the past. Learning about this Beato might give us a key to finding the truth. It does seem so. It's caught my interest as well. Let's read her tale too. Oh, sure. As you wish, my master. When Angie raised her hands like a conductor, the bookshelves in this bizarre study responded. Once again, several books floated out and began to swirl around Angie. Kinzo's study is the room belonging to the master in the human world. So this study in the world of non-humans belonged to the master of the game board, and was a place where he could look down upon the humans. Therefore, one could hardly be blamed for mistaking the imposing berobed man in the center of the study for Kinzo, if only for a second. But it wasn't Kinzo. This was Battler, the one who had taken up the position of Game Master, becoming the new territory lord of this world. Around Battler was a swirl of glowing fragments, sparkling like the night sky. And on the floor was what appeared to be a red magic circle. To an outsider, it would seem to be nothing more than an incomprehensible geometric shape. But to Battler, stood at its center. It was the outline for a new tale. A new line grew across the magic circle, following Battler's gaze. Then at the instant it connected with the complicated symbol, the entire magic circle flashed brightly. So, how does it look? It is splendid, Master. The 6th game is complete. Battler wiped his forehead and finally relaxed. Genji, who was standing behind him and watching over his every move, nodded deeply in response. I always thought being a game master meant you could make the tale however you want. But this is seriously harder than I thought. You must write up multiple tales and make the inner and outer sides of the story match. Though truly you have displayed such skill, it's hard to believe that this is your first time. I believe even Erika-sama will be satisfied with this game. Well, hopefully it matches the great detective's tastes. Still, gotta honestly respect Beata now. I can hardly believe that she managed to make tales that complicated and do it so easily. Did we win? Battler did. We didn't. Battler solved the mystery. But, like, he's doing all this so that he can fight Beatrice again. But it's weird. I don't fully buy it, but I don't know. Easily? Far from it. Beatrice-sama also worried, racking her brain over various contradictions each time she created a tale. She was constantly battling with logic errors. Logic errors? That is when the two sides of the tale do not meet, creating a contradiction. When this happens, it becomes a fatal violation of the rules known as a logic error, and the game board will immediately collapse and be destroyed. It is the greatest and worst form of error that the witch side can make, one which must always be avoided. So, Beato got close to bumping into those many times in her games. She fought with them every time she created a game. I believe it grew even more difficult for her as she became a more formidable opponent. So, do you think this game I've made is good enough to show Beato? Yes, of course. Beato hasn't woken up yet, has she? It's been a while since her body was formed as a personification of the rules. She's still not awake. After remaining silent for a while longer, Genji answered. She woke up 3 days ago. We were concentrating on the construction of the 6th game, so I decided to wait before telling you. My sincere apologies. Oh, really? Yeah, I'll bet she's still all drowsy after sleeping so long. I really want to show her my game. No, it's more than that. I have to show her. I need to tell her that I've understood everything. Battler's face broke into a smile. There was no trace in his expression of the hatred he had once felt towards Beato for murdering his family. Win one? In a way, that was the final riddle of the 5th game. Yes, when Battler reached the truth, there was a great change in his impression of Beato. So should we assume that there really was something between Oni-chan and Beato, and that he forgot all about it? However, Battler suspected this in the 4th game and asked Beato about it. According to the tale, this was denied by the Red Truth. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for Battler. We can read this as saying that Beato did not exist 6 years ago, or it could simply mean that she had no connection to Battler at the time. However, either way, Battler did not visit Rakonjima at all for the next 6 years. October 4th, 1986 should have been the first time Beatrice and Odin-chan met. If so, why was there already some kind of antagonism between them? I don't have a clue what it means. That sin of Ushiromiya Battler's, which Beato took Battler to task for in the 4th game, might give us a clue. The result of that might have been Beatrice herself. The result? The result of Oni-chan's sin was Beato? It almost sounds as though Oni-chan created the witch called Beatrice himself. Almost as though Beatrice was Battler's piece. Huh? Battler sinned 6 years ago. Because of that sin, people died. The one doing the killing was Beatrice. If you consider the possibility that everything is connected to Battler's sin 6 years ago, then the one who created Beatrice was Battler himself. I thought it sounded almost as though she was Battler's piece. I don't get it. Even if Oni-chan sinned in some way, his crime couldn't have been anything close to murder. If this huge massacre is in retaliation for what he did, then it's totally out of proportion. What did he do? I don't know. What did he do? Beato killed her family. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, everyone. Can't believe that Oni-chan's sin was anything deserving of that. Not sure. Because the portrait of Beatrice, I don't think was added 6 years ago. I think it was added like 3 years ago. So yeah, he wouldn't have been aware. I mean, I guess the legend of Beatrice exists, but I don't know. The weight of a sin depends on the person measuring it. Even a sin so light that Battler might have forgotten. It would have been so serious to Beato that she hated him enough to massacre his whole family a full 6 years after the fact. Well, even I find that a bit excessive, and more importantly, if she were a person like that, I would find it hard to accept that Battler would act so friendly towards her after discovering the truth. Batharine's observation was an interesting one. In a past game, Beato clearly said that Oni-chan's sin 6 years ago was the cause of this 2-day tragedy. I still don't know what kind of sin that was. However, he figured out what it was at the end of the 5th game, and he even apologized to Beato, even though she was the witch who had massacred his entire family in retaliation for his sin of 6 years previous. Battler apologized to her. Of course, it was the player Battler who apologized, not the peeps Battler whose family had been murdered over and over again. But even so, Battler must have remembered something at the end of the last game that made him feel like apologizing. Does that mean this sin from 6 years ago is hidden somewhere in the tales we've seen so far? I have already formed a certain theory on that matter. Oh? Let's hear it. I cannot tell you yet. I want to enjoy being the only one who knows the answer for a little while longer. Well then, I guess I'm done reading for you. Well, we can't have that, can we? Have some patience and read a bit further. My theory is still nothing more than a guess. Once I'm certain of it, I will tell you. Okay, my master. I actually do want to hear what comes next, after all. Just what kind of connection do Oni-chan and Beatrice have with each other? Understanding that will probably give me a massive clue towards finding the truth of this world. After all, because he remembered that, he was able to reach the truth. Oh? Beatrice! Welcome, Master. Beatrice-sama is waiting for you. This way, please. This place was a villa set aside for Beatrice's use. It was a sacred site for her only, built so that she could spend her days without being affected by the outside world. My heart began to race. I'm so glad that she was able to revive and that everything's okay. Beato is a personification of the rules. So even though she was destroyed once, it's possible for her to be reborn again. Battler had quickly succeeded in reviving Beato's body, but he'd had trouble summoning her soul back. However, during the time he'd spent immersed in the creation of the 6th game, she had woken up. And this had happened 3 days ago. Battler let himself be led into the dining hall. The dining hall had been set up for his and Beato's use. It existed so that they could enjoy some black tea while having conversations that were only possible now that he had reached all of the truth. I want to tell her. I want to tell Beato that I found the truth. Battler couldn't hold back his excitement over this miracle he'd been granted. The miracle of Beato waiting for him in the dining hall to hear what he had to say. How is Beatrice? Same as usual. Is she doing well? Oh, yes, she is doing quite well. She's been waiting for you all this time, Master. Oh, yes. So she's in the dining hall? Is she eating or something? That's okay. Doesn't matter either way. Ho ho ho, you'll be surprised. Beatrice! When he swung open the doors to the dining hall, Battler was greeted by a wonderful sight. Though the food laid out on the table wasn't particularly sensational, it was arranged beautifully, and champagne bottles stood there waiting. Then, the person clad in that familiar dress with the beautiful golden hair bowed deeply in greeting. But Beatrice, you have my sincerest gratitude for giving me this form. Oh? How does that work? Beatrice, the new witch who was revived from the rules. She has not lived 1,000 years, and her behavior is vastly different from how it once was. So I bought cookies. What kind of cookies? Cookies are good. What'd you get? She's a witch who doesn't even know how to use magic. However, she has no fear of magic circles or spiderwebs. It's almost as though she's just a human. She's attached to Battler and makes it her goal to do whatever she can for him. The kind I usually bake, but I was too lazy. White chip macadamia nut. Oof. That sounds good. Could go for that. You have my sincerest gratitude for giving me this form. Come on, don't worry about that. I'm so glad. Beato. Battler rushed up to Beato and hugged her tightly, just to make sure her body wasn't just mist or an illusion. I solved your riddle for you, but then, before I could tell you about it, you went and disappeared. I'm right here. I will not disappear. It's okay, you can stop talking like that. I'm not going to ask you for anything in return. Anyway, I want to apologize. I want to talk with you. I don't even know where I should start. You have done nothing that you need to apologize for, Father. I'm glad just to be of service to you. She's reset. Beato? Beatrice was born for your sake, Father. Please, let me support you. And Father, congratulations on completing the 6th game. I told you, stop talking like that. You're creeping me out. Do you find this style of speech displeasing? Please, forgive my rudeness. Well, I don't find it displeasing, but it's not like you. I guess I like the way you usually talk best. Beato smiled vaguely. To Battler, it probably looked as though they were both smiling at the unusual way she was talking. However, Beato's smile literally was vague and uncertain. After all, she didn't know how she was supposed to talk. Anyway, Beato, what kind of joke is this? Don't tell me that the great Beatrice-sama decided to cook for me. When I heard that you had completed the 6th game, I wanted to see if I could prepare a modest reward to congratulate you. Ho 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 ho. Beatrice-sama really worked hard to make this. I didn't even need to lend a hand at all. No, I didn't. The food set on the table really was modest and expertly made. You could tell by looking at it that Beato wasn't particularly skilled with cooking, had given it her all. However, signs of discomfort and irritation were beginning to appear on Battler's face. What's going on here? Well, as she said, Beatrice-sama wishes to congratulate you. Sweat was starting to show up on Kumasawa's forehead. She was also feeling uneasy. When he noticed, Battler realized that it wasn't just his imagination. Beato turned her back to Battler and stuck a corkscrew into the champagne bottle. Then she showed it to Battler. Father, Congratulations on the completion of the 6th game. In the hopes that you will prove victorious over your longtime rival, Furuto Erika. Pop. When presented with a champagne bottle in a sound like that, anyone would think that the cork had been pulled out. However, it wasn't the cork. It was the bottom of the bottle. The high-quality champagne that Beato had produced splashed out all over the floor in her dress. Then, the same sound repeated several more times. Each time, one of the plates of food on the table was knocked into the air. Father? Did you find the food displeasing? Who are you? I am Beatrice. I was born for your sake, Father. That's not right. Huh? Who is this? This isn't Beato. And anyway, don't call me Father. What's going on here? What is this? Didn't I revive Beato? Genji, what's this all about? My apologies, but that is indeed Beatrice-sama. Are you kidding me? How is this supposed to be Beato? She's totally wrong. A fake. No, this is Beatrice-sama. This is, without a doubt, Beatrice-sama, who was born in accordance with the rules of the game board. No, this isn't anything like Beato. Beato would always talk in that weird way and laugh rudely and... No, this is most certainly Beatrice-sama herself. Then why is she talking like that? Why is she calling me father? But Beatrice-sama was only born a short while ago. It would be far too cruel to expect her to act as she once did so soon. Are you saying that her memory hasn't returned yet? Master, this person truly is Beatrice-sama herself. However, she is not the Beatrice-sama you know so well. What are you talking about? I'm the game master, right? Why can't I revive Beato? Beatrice-sama has revived. However, the old Beatrice-sama lived for 1,000 years. This Beatrice-sama... I keep saying Beatrice. This Beatrice-sama, on the other hand, was only born a short while ago. She appears to be a different person, well, that just can't be helped. Is this Battler's sin that he brought back Beatrice? Then how can I revive that Beato? Her body is right here. How can I revive her soul? She lives the same 1,000-year life again. She should become the same Beatrice-sama she was before. I don't know. Like, that'd be like a time loop. Like this whole experience is leading to the sin. I don't know if I like that. Are you telling me to wait 1,000 years? A person's personality isn't decided solely by their birth. It can change drastically based on how they live and what they experience. Do you understand? Even though she is the same Beato, she's not the same. I get it. Even if you have two of the exact same person, they could change enormously depending on their upbringing. Even though they might both be the same human to start with, their upbringing could change them so much that they effectively become two completely different people. Usually we use the term person to refer to a person, not their personality. However, since humans recognize a person by their personality, those two might as well be different people from a human perspective. That's so true. Wait, Amakusa's here? If that tragedy 12 years ago hadn't happened, this little lady of ours might be a cute girl who could smile without looking weird. That's rude. I'm plenty cute as it is. I understand. The personality is what makes a person in our eyes. You could probably say that a second personality represents a different person entirely, even if it inhabits the same flesh body. But I feel like they touched on this before, though. At the very least, I'm a completely different person than I used to be 12 years ago. And if my family had come home 12 years ago, then the NG that resulted would surely be a completely different person from me. Even a single human can become a different person. In fact, depending on their upbringing and endless possibilities, they can become an endless number of different people. So just because this is Beato, that's no guarantee that she'll become the Beato that Oni-chan knows so well. And on top of that, Beatrice is a witch who lived 1,000 years. People can die and be reborn in just 3 days. 1,000 years is such a huge amount of time. It seems you're quite a skilled reader. For most of my readers, it would be necessary to spend several hundred pages to explain how a single person can become a different people depending on their upbringing and time. Don't underestimate your readers. We aren't just reading. We read, and we think. If I make 100 people read it, about 90 will be able to. However, only 50 will actually understand what it means. And not even 20 will actually think beyond that. And all I ask is that they think it over a bit. Nothing more than that, giggle. However, it seems that you are one of those precious 20 readers. That's why I wanted you here, child of man. It was seriously hard to like this Hachijo Toya person. However, though this forgery she had written was still in its first stages, it definitely felt as though it contained something very similar to the tales in those message bottles. Am I one of the 20? Probably not. I mean, I'm thinking about it, but I'm not going the extra mile. Speaking metaphorically, one might call it a scent. An indescribably unique and stern atmosphere, like a stuffy library. The Beatrice who wrote the message bottles and Hachijo Toya are different people. And yet, this has the same scent as that tale. I see. This is why some of those curious witch hunters are so intensely devoted to her. Their keen sense of smell was able to sniff out that familiar scent. Very well then. Please continue reading. There could be nothing more entertaining than watching your face as you glance over the words. That and speaking with you. I guess it's true that writers are always starving for opinions on their works. However, sorry to disappoint you, I don't have the time to read all the way through this thick manuscript. More importantly, and yet you have plenty of time. Both the second hand and the pendulum on the ornate clock behind Hachijo had been moving the whole time. However, absolutely no time had passed for a while now. Only about 3 minutes had gone by since the time she had entered the room. See? Time isn't one of your problems. No sort of time will chase you away until you've finished reading. Next page, lady! Next page! Amakusa badgered me to turn the page, so I returned to the world of the tale once more. Why does her tale have the same scent as Beatrice's, I wonder? Is it because she actually has reached the truth, as she claims? Does this mean that anyone who knows the truth could create an endless number of message bottles? Is that how the cat box world works? I see. I guess she might also be an endless witch. In fact, maybe anyone who knows the truth can become an endless witch. An endless tale created by the endless witches. The 2 days starting on October 4th, 1986, where my family is being toyed with endlessly. I have to end it. I have to find a hint of the truth from within this story, and end this endless tale. What do you think, Beato? How's the 6th game I've made? JP? What's up, Psycho? Well, you're not the type to give me an honest compliment anyway. You'd probably say something more like, not bad for an incompetent fool like you. Cackle, cackle. Not bad for an incompetent fool like you. Now that I've seen what it's like to be Game Master, it's pretty clear. I wasn't the only one who had it rough each and every game. Nothing, just want to say JP. Gotcha. Creating a game is far from easy. Certainly never expected us to recognize each other's efforts like this. Creating a game is far from easy. certainly never expected us to recognize each other's efforts like this. JP! What's up, Nara? All wrong. This isn't Beato. Again. Battler slammed hard on the desk, but the piece Beato showed no reaction. After all, Battler hadn't ordered her to react. It would be easy to revive that Beato as a piece. However, it would only move according to Battler's wishes. Having a conversation with it was no different from talking to himself. The Game Master could summon any kind of piece. He could move those pieces in any way he wanted, reigning as an absolute god. There's so much Dance 3. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus the other one in the JPChivalry. 8, 9. However, for that very reason, they were just pieces. That made it unbelievably lonely and sad. You created many kinds of furniture, as well as several tales in the past. When I saw that, I was sure you were having a great time doing it. That's all wrong. You were unbelievably lonely. Must have been such a relief for you, having an opponent like me who could actually go against you. Yep, I'm painfully aware of that now. That weird polite Beato. Oh. Really was you, wasn't she? The way you were 1,000 years ago. And yet, she's a different person. The way she looks just like you is what I really can't get over. I can't stand it. However, she isn't in peace, so she can go against my will. Can't be trusted with such power. Don't ever remove it. No, I wouldn't remove Dance 3. I am considering removing Sponge Please, because I don't really use Sponge Please. That Beato is much more alive than a piece like you. I get that. There it is. But it's all wrong. That isn't you. She's a completely separate person, like a long-lost little sister or something. And that's why I just can't accept her. I was legit thinking of using it yesterday, but decided not to. Sponge, please. As much as he hated the piece version of Beato, Battler felt an even stronger dislike for the chick Beato. Even after a whole 1,000 years, she still wouldn't become the original Beato. Even if she were ordered to act like the original Beato, it would just be an imitation. This was a very similar but separate person, and definitely not Beato herself. So, in the previous game, Beato really did disappear for all eternity. Even after becoming the Game Master, there was no way to revive her. Laugh. Laugh at how pathetic I am. Kaku kaku. Yeah. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Just give it a rest already. You're just an illusion who won't laugh unless I order it. You can't even continue to laugh unless I keep on ordering it. Just disappear. No. Like, this is what... Like, I feel like this is what Kenzo's going through. But... I don't know. No? We're gonna look at the shrine again? Okay. Yeah, let's do the 5-minute BRB. Un momento. And I'm back. Alright. On Rakajima this day, or rather this round, was the same as any other. The typhoon would be coming very soon. Welcome back, Shaping. Thank you, Nara. The sky was still overcast, but the clouds were moving quickly. No? Natsu and Genji? The only thing on Natsu's mind was the plan to cover up Kinzo's absence again this year. Just watching a compilation of the deaths in this game, but in the anime? And wow, it's just like how it was described. I heard the anime is like pretty bad. Well, I mean, just because it skips a lot of stuff. The pacing's not that well. But it actually shows the deaths. Oh boy. I saw Cannon's hand thing that you mentioned. Oh yeah, so it shows that. That's cool. Maybe that doctor is never gonna sell his house. the mansion, or I think I remember which one you're talking about. Which house you're talking about? Yeah, Cannon's yeah. Yeah, Cannon's hand thing. I'm glad that they go super anime. I think I've read that they skipped one of the goat fights or goat scenes. I don't know which one. I do want to check it out. And I do hope that there's like a remake, a proper adaptation. Also, epic return of Devious. That's pretty gross, but it's like, oh wow, I remember JP reading this. So they were faithful in that regard. Kraus appeared to have suffered a stomachache from the stress and was sleeping in his room. Oh, the boat guy? Well, I guess it makes sense. Jessica and Kumasawa had left in a boat to go shopping and greet the incoming relatives on the Jima. The servants had been busy since the early morning preparing for the family conference, the greatest event of the year. Shannon and Cannon were rushing to get the guest house ready. If the relatives are going to stay the night, shouldn't the guest rooms in the mansion be more than enough? Good point. It's a pain to clean up this place too, after all. Even so, I like cleaning the guest house. I don't know why nobody wants this house. Well, aside from the price, but otherwise it's quite stately. I don't know. What do people know about this house that turns them off? Yeah, it's nice and quiet without Madame and all the annoying servants. Shannon smiled wryly as she performed the detailed examination of the guest room. Did we forget to clean anything? Do we need to restock anything? She diligently gave the room one final check over. You checked everything thoroughly last night too, didn't you? You really are dedicated. It's days like this that you tend to get pranked if you're careless. You can never find important things when you need them, and things that were supposed to be closed turned out to be open. That's because you're too careless. You don't pay attention while you work. I guess that's why you're helping me check. Thanks. There's nothing to thank me for. If you were a bit more alert, I wouldn't have to help at all. Giggle. But you actually just want to be with me, right? You're such a kid. That's not it at all. It's all because you've been so ecstatic about George-sama lately. You're messing up so much I can't let you out of my sight. Giggle. Cannon-kun, let's chat a bit. I don't think red brick mansions are very popular. Morons in Minnesota would rather have some soulless lick and stick McMansion trash heap. They don't appreciate the interior decor. It's a very mid-Atlantic looking house. You gotta get it, Psycho. You gotta save up. Can't do that now. We're working. Keep making fun of me and George-sama. But how is it going between you and Jessica-sama? Well, now. Nothing's going on in particular. If you have time to talk about that, I'll Let's just finish this. Wow. Kenan had very obviously been trying to change the subject. Shannon had then snuck up behind him and pushed him down onto the bed. It's 1.3 million JP. It's 1.3 million. Well, yeah, just save, you know? That's like the price of a normal house here? What? A normal house? Jeez. So why did you turn down Milady when she asked you to go with her to welcome the relatives? It's like California. Where the fuck are you, San Francisco? Because I have work to do. Yeah, everything here is at least 1 million. Jeez. Liar. You don't actually have any work at all. Shannon and Kenan had switched roles. Normally Kenan was the one in control, but when it came to romance, it was the opposite. As Shannon had said, Jessica and Kenan were supposed to have been the ones to go greet the relatives at the harbor on Nijima. However, Kenan had suddenly claimed that he had work to do, so Kumasawa had gone instead. Kenan didn't have any work to do. Shannon knew this. It's hot garbage. Milady told me, despite what happened after the cultural festival, she really does like you, Kenan-kun. Even though I'm furniture. That's right. And I'm furniture too. But despite that, you're in love with a human. Even though you can't do that. You think so? Maybe we're furniture. Just because we take that for granted. If you want a dinky 1-bedroom condo, better have at least 500k. 500? The average house around here is between 200k to 300k for a normal home. Never know, I reject. Come to Minnesota, we accept you. I don't have any special feelings for Milady, Jessica. I only think of her as the daughter of the family we serve. Really? Really? What? You know, there is a chance that George-sama will propose to me tonight. Shannon wore an incredibly peaceful smile on her face, but Kenan could tell that there was no way she'd let him change the subject. Kenan realized that she must have made him help out here in the guest house in order to talk to him about this, and he clicked his tongue softly. I really think you can marry a human, even though you're furniture. I think I can. Won't work. Why not? That dream future that George-sama has imagined for you two is something you can never give him. Well, we aren't humans. We're furniture, inferior to them. George-sama only thinks that you're human. Well, that is true, but I'm impressed that you've managed to keep him fooled for this long. Keep him fooled this long. Do you really think you can keep tricking him like that forever? Even though you still haven't been able to tell him that you're furniture. Being furniture or being human has nothing to do with this. I believe that George-sama will accept everything about me. And yet you don't have the courage to check and make sure. You know what? I think I'll accept his proposal. As Shannon looked up at the ceiling, she spoke of the imagined future that she and George would create. Though some anxiety over the future appeared on her face, so did the joy of knowing what it was like to live with love. As Kenan watched this vivid dream he was being shown, he knew that none of his words would reach Shannon anymore. You can just do what you want. Once you settle you'll do something, you can be incredibly stubborn. Yep, I want to live life my own way. I'd like to stop being afraid over who's furniture and who's human. Who's a human? Kenan walked over to the window silently. He saw the rose garden filled with boring gray flowers in bloom. He realized that Shannon was acting above her place, and he knew that her tale had no chance of a happy ending. However, he also knew that no words of his could change her mind, now that she had made her decision. In that case, it doesn't matter what I say. If I tell you to stop, you won't listen. If I tell you to do what you want, you'll do what you want. Why are you talking to me about this? It's not like you care what I have to say. What I want to know is how you feel about Milady. I have nothing to do with the two of you. Do you really feel absolutely nothing for Milady? No, I don't. As I keep telling you. Liar. What makes you think that's a lie? I can tell. I'm your Nason, aren't I? You don't know. You can't know what I'm feeling. I do. I know everything about you, Canon-kun. If you really do know, then why did you ask? Your head and your heart are completely filled by George-sama, aren't they? And it's that sincerity of yours that I love. That's why I'm rooting for you in the only way I can. Otherwise, even I wanted to love Milady. Canon finally turned to face her, honestly, and openly telling her how he really felt. That was what Shannon had wanted to hear. After hearing that, she pressed Canon even further to reveal his true feelings. Can't leave it at that. Won't let you. Then what should I do? What do you want me to say? Don't try to dodge by saying I wanted to love her. All I need to do is honestly tell me what you really feel. Milady is too dazzling for me. The way she lives is dazzling, like the sun. That's why I love her. I was so happy when Milady stretched out her hand and asked me to walk with her. No, I still am happy. You love her, don't you? Yes, I do. I love Milady. Finally, Canon confessed his feelings in their eternity. In fact, by saying it aloud, he finally understood how he truly felt. His passionate tears welled up in his eyes. Canon finally accepted it. What a simp. Couldn't stop the tears from dripping down his face. Both of us are exactly the same, locked up on Rakanjima, in love without any hope at all. And yet, Milady was able to light her own path and create her own fate. She was so dazzling that I envied her. Felt as though, if I could be with her, I could find my true self, instead of being the pitiful person I am now. No, we don't use that word, we call them tier 3 subs. Wow, banned. Fuck, it's banned. Zach will come back, don't be banned. When you turned down Milady's confession, were you sad? Well, now. I was. I never realized that a lie you make to yourself could be so sad, so painful, so excruciating. And I couldn't forgive myself for hurting Milady with that lie. I believed that I didn't have what it takes to ever fall in love again. But that wasn't true. Do you know what's needed to fall in love? It's something you can't get from anyone but yourself. Being furniture or not has nothing to do with it. If you decide for yourself that it won't work out, then it won't. You mustn't leap to such rigid conclusions. That's why I, over-ambitious furniture that I am, gave myself what's needed to fall in love. So you have it too, Canon-kun. You mean I have what it takes to fall in love? Yes. If you won't give it to yourself, I'll give it to you. Thank you. I feel as though I can finally see the sea. Before, Canon was never this expressive. You would never realize how many tier 3 sub people are out there until you mod a channel full of strange men and your friend is a lady. Oh man. Fake Canon. Balor's ruining the story. I'm certain of it. George-sama will propose to me tonight. When he does, I will accept. I intend to leave this island and start a new life in our world. That's the path you've chosen, then I have no say in the matter. So at the beginning of the game, Nara, it kind of does like a flash forward. Balor royally screws up this game. He screws it up so much that he's marrying Erica because of some closed room that happens. So I guess we'll see what happens. How does he mess it up? What the fuck? Right. And then there's 2 new characters. I have no idea. They didn't say who they were, but I guess they were like bridesmaids or something. If that's the path you've chosen, I have no say in the matter. I'll leave this island, and after that, I'll never return again. I'll have to say farewell to you, Canon-kun. You're right. We won't see each other again, will we? If you do love Milady from the bottom of your heart, and if your feelings are at least as strong as my feelings for George-san, then you and I will have to settle whose feelings are really stronger. Nei-san. This way is best for both of us. Don't give up on your feelings for my sake. Even though my selfishness might keep you from your happiness, I realize that same thing about myself. I know that my happiness will bring you pain. We have no choice but to hurt each other. As she said this, Shannon turned her back to Cannon. As Cannon watched Shannon from behind, he was struck by her strength, and the love she still felt for him despite everything. Nei-san, living with you made me happy. Me too. I wouldn't have lasted this long without you. And that's why I was able to meet George-san. Yeah. And I wouldn't have realized how dazzling Milady is if it weren't for you. I won't abandon the way I feel. I'll focus on that feeling alone, ignoring everything else, and I won't look away when I trample over your heart. Me too. I won't use you as an excuse to hide the way I really feel. Whether my love bears fruit, or yours does, we'll both support the victor. Yes, I promise. And if I win, I will love Milady and treasure you. Thank you. But if I win, I'll forget you in this island and never leave this place forever. Yes, whichever of us wins, that person will pursue their love with all they've got. Even if they know that love will be unrequited. Yes, after all, by now, we are not furniture. Aww. But this is totally out of character for canon. Welcome them to Rakunjima. Achievement unlocked. What was Kennen carrying there? Huh. The boat carrying the relatives docked at the harbor. They left the boat one by one, making fun of Battler. Oda wasn't the only one to greet them. Kennen was there too. Oh? Is that different? I can't recall. It's been quite some time, everyone. Allow me to welcome you to Rakunjima. I hope that your long journey went smoothly. Welcome to Rakunjima. Ah, good. Goda complimented Kennen in a whisper. Kennen ignored this, looking just a little sour, and continued to greet the incoming relatives. This is your first time meeting Goda-san and Kennen-kun, isn't it, Battler-kun? Ooh, it's my first time meeting Battler too. Giggle. Oh, Maria. Goda-san's a great chef. He's the only reason that anyone ever want to come to this island. I'm most honored. Battler-sama, I do hope that you look forward to your meals during your stay. I can't wait. Counting on you. Long time no see, Kennen-kun. You seem to be in high spirits today. That's great. You think so? Oh yes, your face is looking brighter today. Maybe it's your complexion. Maybe it's that your gaze looks a bit more gallant. Must be a growing phrase. That's how a boy becomes a man. You usually look as though you're about to pass out from anemia. You're a bit different today. You got some spunk. Boy can change a lot in just 3 days. Guess this means even Kennen-kun's getting a bit more manly. We aren't making fun of you, okay? We're all complimenting you. Giggle. Kennen had sworn to start changing the way he lived bit by bit. However, he had only meant to change within himself. I hadn't expected that it would show on the outside. He was a bit shocked to hear that his expression had changed so much that people had apparently noticed as soon as he opened his mouth. No, maybe the real surprise was that his normal expression must have looked so incredibly sullen in comparison. Goda led the way up to the guest house. Kennen brought up the rear, helping to carry some of Kumisama's shopping. Does my face really look that bright today? Ho 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 ho. Looks that way to me as well. Did something good happen? Giggle giggle. Even Kumisawa was saying it. Kennen, unable to see what his own face looked like, hung his head in embarrassment. When they reached the rose garden, they could see the others streaming into the guest house. Then he saw Jessica running towards him from there. Is even Milady, Jessica, going to say that I'm in a good mood today? Kennen hung his head even deeper. And so, almost as though he couldn't control himself, Kennen spoke first. Do I really look that different? Huh? Well, you know, you aren't usually the type to come out and say hello of your own accord. That's probably why everyone was surprised. I apologize for not going with you earlier, milady. Huh? Oh, don't worry about that. I'm the one who's sorry for asking you to come all the way out to Nijima with me to meet everyone. Know how busy you must be today. I didn't have anything in particular to do. You were just so dazzling. So dazzling that I couldn't bear to be with you. I was just weak. Okay. Jessica faltered, uncertain what Kennen was talking about. However, she realized that this was something too important to be laughed off. Did something happen, Kennen-kun? Shannon says she's going to get married. Oh? I see. So George Nissan is going to propose this time after all. Jessica thought Kennen was sad because Shannon would be leaving, but this new mental state had caused the change in his behavior. And Kennen realized that Jessica was probably thinking this. So he spoke to her clearly and honestly, because he wanted her to know. I decided that I'd stop working here if Nissan ever quit. I know. So, are you going to quit too, Kennen-kun? Not sure anymore. I feel that if I quit, I might lose sight again of something you revealed to me, shining like the sun. Jessica could only stare blankly, unable to understand what he was saying. However, she did realize that he was trying to tell her something important. And so, she was able to accept that his next words were neither a lie nor a joke. My Lady Jessica, I love you. I love you too. You live your life like the sun, and I want to try walking that path alongside you. I have a feeling that with you, I'll be able to break free from the me that I despise as furniture. What? Not Ken. You aren't furniture, Kennen-kun. You weren't born just so you could become a servant. A boy your age should be enjoying life much, much more. Ha ha ha. I'm dazzled too. You're so dazzling, I can hardly see. This is how I truly feel. I'm sorry for trying to hide it for so long. I apologize for hurting you on that day, in my cowardice. That's okay. Just hearing you say that makes me happy. So, since I want to always be with you, I plan to stop being furniture. I ask that you give me some time to do that. Please, forgive this last bit of weakness. There's nothing weak about you. You've shown me. You've shown me that you have the incredible courage to change yourself from the way you used to be. So I'll support you until the end, and I won't rush you until you're ready. If I'm the sun lighting your path, that's because I want to shine more brightly than anyone else, so that you look only at me. Without you, there's no way I'd become anything like a sun. So I'll wait, no matter how long it takes. Thank you, milady. Milady is a bit stiff, don't you think? May I call you by your name? Sure. Oh, but only when we're alone, okay? Otherwise, it might make things tough for you. Good point. Nei-san and George-sama are doing the same, it seems. If Shannon hadn't been about to get engaged, you wouldn't have said what you said just now, right? Cannon hung his head, at a loss for words for some time. But it was true. If Shannon hadn't told him about the engagement, he probably wouldn't have been having this conversation at this moment. Yes. Because of that, I was able to think long and hard. Come on. You heard about Shannon. You wanted to see what love felt like yourself, right? Yes. That's a pretty straight answer. Well, when I watched those two, I was pretty jealous myself. In truth, it wasn't quite like that for either of them. They'd been shown the courage needed to speak up and tell the one you love how you feel. That's what pushed both Cannon and Jessica forward. So, what should I call you? Jessica works fine. Just saying it like that would be a bit embarrassing. Then you can use San, at least at first. Why not try it out? Come on. Jessica-san. Good. That'll do for now. I like to call you by your name, Cannon-kun. You have a real name besides Cannon, don't you? I'll bet it has the characters in it like Cannon does. What could it be? Oh? We finally got it? My name is Yoshia. Oh, how is it written? Jessica tried tracing out various characters in the palm of her hand. Then, Cannon used his own finger to write out his name on her hand. You write it as... So you're Yoshia-kun. Yeah, that's a great name. Totally better than my weird name. So Sayo and Yoshia. Because Shannon is Sayo. Cannon is Yoshia. That's not true. My Lady Jessica has a wonderful name. Hey, say it again. Huh? My Lady Jessica has... One more time. My Lady Jessica has a wonderful... something wrong? Giggle. No big deal. Thanks, Yoshia-kun. The red flowers of the rose garden seemed to celebrate the two lovers whose feelings had finally connected. The scene was watched by one not human who gazed out quietly from beneath the rose garden arbor. Renove? Virgilia. Oh, Beatrice. Come to think of it, those two had never called each other by their names until now. I'm used to Cannon being furniture, right? Who's this imposter? Jessica hadn't known Cannon's true name. Cannon hadn't called Jessica by her name. When people call each other by a name, they acknowledge the worth of the other's soul. That's why names are sacred. When you've been given permission to say someone's name, it means they've acknowledged your soul. Is that why Father wants me to call him by his name? No. That's probably wrong. When Father sees me, it reminds him of that other me, the past me. I'm sure that me called Father by name. However, that probably doesn't mean Father would be happy to hear me call him by his name. After all, I am me. And not the Beatrice Father knows well. What can I do to help Father? How can I be useful to him? After all, that's the only reason I was born. Hanging her head, Beatrice sat all alone in the Golden Lands arbor next to the rose garden. And she was watched by the Witch of Theatergoing and her Miko as they sat across from each other. Poor kid. I never thought I'd see you feel compassion for Beato. It'd be too cruel to call this Beato and the former Beato the same person. They're completely different people. And maybe that, by the rules, this Beato is the Beato. However, saying that would be horribly unfair to her. getting comfortable. Battler must be very depressed to have things end up this way after reviving his former rival. I sort of get Oni-chan's despair, but I can understand how this kid feels too. No person can become a replacement for another. Not even a past version of that same person. Compared to the young boy and girl who had found new versions of themselves by calling each other by their true names, this witch looked very feeble. The witch knew that she was an illusion created in the image of the person she once was. And she also knew that it would only hurt Battler if she were to try and pretend to be that person. And despite all of that, this Beato wants to be useful to Battler. How admirable. It's like the purpose for the witch known as Beatrice. That is what she claims. She says that she was created to be of service to Battler. So Beato, who was born for Oni-chan's sake, eventually commits a serial murder and drags Oni-chan to a bizarre game that she calls eternal torture? I don't get it. I believe you also understand that one can become a different person over 1,000 years. At the very least, Beatrice was once a pure creature who was born for Battler's sake. It's also very clear that in her current feeble state, she doesn't possess any of the courage or motivation needed to bring about such fearsome serial murders. That means the sinister witch we all know must have changed during the 1,000 years since her birth. Keep getting this 1,000 years business, but I get the feeling that those words are just a metaphor for a really long time in the world of witches. As you get closer to the world of gods, the concept of time becomes increasingly vague. 6 years can become 1,000. 1,000 years can be nothing more than a quick nap. One can fit an eternity long enough to be deserving of the title 100-year-old witch in a mere 2 weeks. In other words, the pure Beato transformed into the cruel Beato. During 6 years, they called 1,000. So, does that mean something had bad happened during those 6 years that made her hate Oni-chan? That doesn't make sense. During those 6 years, Oni-chan not only stayed away from Mount Kojima, he even stopped using the Ushirimiya name. He had nothing to do with that change. Her hatred has got to be totally misguided. What happened 6 years ago? Besides his mom dying. Oh, so this is where you are. Shall I make you some black tea? Kumasawa-san, there's something I'd like to know. Oh. Very well, what is it? My name is Beatrice. Isn't it? Yes, that is correct. You are Beatrice-sama, milady. However, the Beatrice that Father talks about isn't me. Well, I think Father wanted me to be that person. I think that might be why he was disappointed, because no matter how much I look like her, I'm a different person. That isn't true. You are you, Beatrice-sama herself. You have merely lost your memory of the past after being newly reborn. Even without your memory, you are still Beatrice-sama. You are the same person whom the Master loves. Theory. The kid from 19 years ago is Beatrice's kid. Maybe. But then, would Kinzo be the dad? Because that'd be gross. But then, I don't know. So then, how can I regain those memories? Well, I know nothing about what any of this means. That's fine. But isn't Natsuhi the mom? No, because it was a kid that... It was a baby that Kinzo told Natsuhi to adopt and treat as her own child. So it wasn't Natsuhi. Natsuhi didn't give birth. But then Natsuhi gave the kid to a servant, and then she confessed, she quote-unquote confessed to pushing the kid and the servant off a cliff. So it wasn't even Natsuhi's fault? Maybe? Like, she says that she pushed them off, but she doesn't know. Never mind. So Rosa killed Beatrice. Natsuhi killed the baby. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Beato looked at Kumasawa with hopeful eyes, as though praying that she would tell her the way. Kumasawa averted her gaze unhelpfully, as though trying to say that she'd like to. If only such a way existed. I missed that big detail. Yeah, that was during the last session. After they tried to make Natsuhi the culprit. They asked her what the motive was. Yeah, well, I shot the sheriff. I shot the sheriff. But I did not shoot the deputy. If I can't regain those memories, can't you at least tell me what kind of person that the Beatrice father loved was? That much I can tell you, but I was born for father's sake. So I want to become the golden witch Beatrice that father desires. But Beatrice-sama, I cannot use magic. However, if the witch father desires could use it, then I will learn. I want to become the witch he desires. That's the only way I can repay father for creating me. That's admirable. About 1,000 years gone wrong, she really is an incredible kid. The chick of the witch. Very interesting. I've taken a liking to her, Angie. I shall allow this chick to make use of my library. Let us open the door that leads back to the world of witches. So, you're gonna make her read aloud the stories about her previous self? Yes, I want to know too. The creation story of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Very well. If you wish it, then let us open the door once more. Kumasawa. Son. A golden splash walled up around them. It was a cloud of gold butterflies. Right, Kumasawa's teacher. With a flash of gold, the form of the old lady transformed into that of a witch in a dress. You must choose the path that you are to walk down. Let us call it a path of roses. The beautifully blooming roses may encourage you, and their thorns may torment you. But even so, it is a path that you've walked down before. You may pass through the same 1,000 years. You may pass through a different 1,000 years. If you wish, you may even return back the way you came. I'll move on forward. I don't want to spend 1,000 years in this garden drinking tea. I, Beatrice, was born for father's sake. So I want to live for father's sake. Please tell me about the Golden Witch. The Great Witch spread her arms, communicating the other's unbending determination to the brilliant heavens. At that moment, a brilliant light covered the two of them. And before they knew it, they were in a strange study. No? There sat the master of this library, the great old witch and her Miko. Virgilia gave a deep and elegant bow. It is the greatest of honors to be in your presence, Lady Featherine Augustus Aurora, the majestic witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating. Raise your head, child of man. I shall give that child the privilege of using my library however she likes for a time. Angie, my Miko, you will to see to her needs. Sure, as you wish, my master. You know, you could just say, let me read your story. Miko, the witch of theater-going, I leave Beatrice in your care. Pleased to meet you. I like this thing. The Beatrice you're trying to become was suffering from something in her own way. At the very least, you've been released from that for the time being. Will you really go on a journey to regain those shackles? Yes. I want to become the Golden Witch. That is the reason I was born. I, the endless and finite witch Publius Virgilia Maro, ask that you make her journey through purgatory a pleasant one, granting her your protection. Huh? Let it be known that as the Miko of the Witch of Theater-going, and as the Endless Witch and Apprentice a Witch of Resurrection, I, Angie Beatrice, do humbly accede to your request or whatever. Featherine snorted. Cookies? Oh, they're ready? Nice. Also, Witch of Resurrection? Okay. So that's what Angie's title is. So, you also bear the name of Beatrice? That's right. I know a lot about you. Please teach me. What kind of person was I? Sure. Now I want you to teach me. Why did you become the person you were? In this library, the fragments showing the tales of all your games up until now are stored as books. By reading them, you should be able to learn everything that has happened before now. By reading them, can I become a Golden Witch? To become a Golden Witch, one must solve the epitaph of the gold. And this trial cannot be skipped, not even by Beatrice herself. I'll do my best, so please let me read the books in this library. As admirable as ever. Why are you so set on ending up like that again? I do not know what I was like then. However, if that me can be of use to Father, I want to become it. Angie sighed resignedly. No words would stop this girl's feelings of respect. Angie was the Miko of the Witch of Theater-going. She could do nothing but watch over the stage. That's right. They weren't actually interfering with the play. This was just a bit of directing, to shine the spotlight onto the tale of Beatrice's past. Even this was nothing more than the Witch of Theater-going watching a play. If you read, you will learn what kind of a person the old Beatrice was. However, you must decide what you will take from that experience. You are free to stay in this library, or leave it, or even return to it again later. In exchange, I will watch your play. Also, I'm kind of curious what Featherine sounds like here. So I'm gonna... Oh yeah, it's the same one.
読めばそなたはかつてのベアトリーチェがどのような人物だったかを知るだろう。しかし、そこから何を得られるかはそなたが決めるがよい。
I think I like New Featherine better. But that's probably just because I heard New Featherine first. I do like Beatrice's voice though, but that also might be because it's the first one I've heard. Okay, anyways. Bach. Everybody must decide. Okay, we already read this, right? It's good. Exchange, I'll watch your play. You'll watch my play? Basically, it means you can do whatever you want. Thank you very much. She likes it when you call her Featherine. Thank you very much, Featherine-sama. After being welcomed in by Featherine, Beato left on a journey to discover herself. That tale connected the old tale with the new one. We wove them together. A 1,000-year-old tale about her returned to its starting point, becoming a snake eating its own tail. The ring of that snake began slowly, bit by bit, to turn into the shape of a small island floating on the sea. And that was Rakanjima. The 1,000 years of the witch born on this island were tied to the island. Was it 1,000 years, or just 6? Or did this tale start even further back into the past? The actress went out on a journey to find herself. The wind had been strengthened since a while back. Breaking waves had grown fierce. The ferry boats probably wouldn't be coming for a while now. The crashing thunder told that the island had been sealed off from the outside world. A thick rain poured down, mocking the fools outdoors who had to rush pathetically to find shelter. No longer would anyone be able to leave this island, and no longer would anyone be able to reach this island. No one, unless blessed with a miracle. There was another flash of lightning. The retinas of all who saw it were filled with white. Oh Lord, Erica's coming! As that white faded away, an eerie shadow pulled itself amidst the raging waters of the beach. As I was suddenly remembering to do so, it coughed violently several times, filthily spitting out the seawater that had filled its stomach. She then tore apart the touch fastener of her life jacket and threw down the reason she had been able to float here without so much as a thank you. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha ha. Cackle, cackle. Ha 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 ha. Welcomed in by a storm, same as always. Very good. Yes, come and entertain me, Battler-san. Oh my god, it's Erica! I wonder who the two new characters are, though. They didn't need to do that? What, the maniacal laugh? Or the lightning, thunder? Oh. News of the drifter, Furuto Erica, quickly spread across Rakunjima. All of it? It sets the mood, Psycho. Furuto Erica fell from the pleasure boat Eternal Maid 2 mid-cruise in the waters near Rakunjima. On October 4th, 1986, she drifted to Rakunjima, and the Ushiromiya family welcomed her as a guest. She managed to drift to the island unharmed thanks to several miracles, including the fact that she was wearing a life jacket. Okay. Oh yeah, Erica became the Witch of Truth. But it was like, very brief. Wait, does she have an outfit? No. That's the same outfit, right? Yeah. News of the drifter Furuto Erica quickly spread across Rakunjima. Erica had been welcomed in politely, and it was decided that she would be treated as a guest until the typhoon passed. You ever think about how creepy the 70s were? Creepy? In what way? In the dining hall, Goda's wonderful dinner had ended, and everyone was relaxing and enjoying some after-dinner coffee and cheese. Apparently, Battler was a bit relieved that Erica had come and turned into a good scapegoat. Drove away some of the attention he'd been getting piled on him for finally coming back after 6 years. Like just in general? But disco. Just tons of creepy shit happened back then. Well, that was like when the Zodiac Killer was around, right? I guess. When you mentioned the 70s, I was thinking of that HBO show. Shit, what is it called? I can't remember. It's by the guy who did The Wire. And it's about prostitutes and pimps and police in New York. I don't know. It's been getting piled on him for finally coming back after 6 years. In fact, she turned out to be very talkative. And the conversation turned to a sophisticated discussion of the mystery genre. Even the adults were drawn in. She was apparently so well versed that even Nanja, who had a vast knowledge of the subject, was impressed. Jeffrey Dahmer shit, Manson family stuff, just weird shit. I guess I really don't think about that. But it is manga, because I mean they didn't have the technology that we have now. Darkness. Wahahaha, good point. A strange family in a western mansion on an isolated island during a storm. Now that we have a detective stopping by to take shelter from the rain, we've got all the major factors lined up. Have no fear. No matter how difficult the crime, I will solve it. That's a detective's job. How reassuring. It almost sounds as though you want a bizarre crime to occur. Hope I don't have to play the part of the victim. Dear, you mustn't say such things. Well, the history of the human mystery genre is only about a century old. Its tricks and ideas are limited to a few recycled patterns. There's nothing left to show. No matter what kind of impossible crimes or closed-room murders might occur, it'll be nothing more than one of the same classes of tricks dressed up to look like something new. That decade always weirds me out to think of. I just think of disco. But I guess if you think about that part of the history, then yeah, be manga. The only reason mysteries still make for popular books today is because self-proclaimed fans, those who work off pieced-together knowledge and who have hardly read any of the classics, mistakenly think that a classic trick they didn't know about, through lack of proper study, is actually something new and surprising. Everyone couldn't help but gape at this imposing claim. If an age critic had said it, that would have been one thing. But to think that a young person like this could say it so boldly. Mystery is a genre. That ended a half century ago. At least as far as I'm concerned. However, thanks to countless ignorant fools, I get to play my part as a detective. Giggle, 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 giggle. By that argument, wouldn't it mean that romance was perfected back in Shakespeare's time, so everything after that isn't worth reading? Exactly. So if you just read Romeo and Juliet, it's the same as having understood all of romance. What? Goes in hand with not liking that shag carpet / wood paneling decor aesthetic that I really, really don't like. I see. I remember. And then the Annabelle doll. That's ridiculous. It's not like there's any need to read more books than everyone else just for its own sake. But on the other hand, you can't be so satisfied with just a few stories like that. Sticking to classics of the past and never reading anything new is a sign of excessive nostalgia, don't you think? That sounds to me like the excuse of an old person who can't be bothered to read more. Yep. I see. Guess I'll need to read at least as much as you, or else I'd probably lose in an argument. Me? I don't read books. Oh? Battler chuckled, but Erica knew from the previous game that Battler was actually quite an avid reader. So his words felt like more of a challenge. If you're so confident in your reasoning abilities, you must be really good at quizzes and puzzles, right? Oh, right. Maria, didn't you bring a quiz book or something? Ooh, Realizing that Erica's arrogant statement had made the atmosphere a little more tense, George smoothly changed the subject. By now, it was more than clear that she wasn't the cute guest she had appeared to be. Maria pulled a book out of her bag that had quizzes and puzzles written on it, and started reading them to everyone. Looked like it might turn into a peaceful quiz party. But of course, that isn't what happened. As a credit to all her big talk, Erica managed an impressive ratio of correct and immediate answers. She took complete control. Her bragging began to escalate more and more. George slightly regretted the choice he'd made when changing the subject. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. "106 matches. No need to even write a tournament chart for it. A question, how many watches would you need for a tournament with 107 teams?" was answered instantly by Erica. How many matches would you need? How many matches would you need for a tournament with 107 teams? How does that work? 106 matches. This is less of a puzzle than it is a test of knowledge. There's a formula which shows that the number of matches is always the number of teams minus 1. Well, if you just look at the example showing 3 matches for 4 teams and 7 matches for 8 teams, it should be easy to figure out the pattern. Ooh, Erica, that's awesome. Erica One-chan, right? Say it. Ooh, Erica One-chan, that's awesome. Really impressive. So you don't call yourself a detective for nothing. I couldn't very well act the part of the detective if I was incapable of handling puzzles of this sort. Incredible. I'm sure you'll be able to become a real detective in the future. Well, I'm pretty sure I already am one. Cousins all thought about the answers to the questions, but Erica always answered first. Rosa thought it was a bit rude for Erica to say the answers out loud while people were still thinking, instead of keeping them to herself. But since Erica was a guest, she decided against mentioning it. In truth, Erica was perfectly aware of this when she answered the questions instantly. Each time, she would grin broadly, as though saying, You all still haven't solved such an easy problem. A great detective like you shouldn't really need to take these too seriously, right? Good point. Even though these are just childish questions, I was getting a bit too serious. I'll take more care. So let's have the next question, please. Alright, I won't lose this time. Maria, next question. You have 1 large piece of cheese. A single slice with a knife can split it into 2 parts. So what is the lowest number of slices you can make to cut it into 8 parts? Lowest number of slices? To 8 parts. Each time you cut, it splits into 4, but that feels wrong. Ooh. Oh, I know this one. So I guess I'll stay quiet this time. George, acting like the adult he was, set up a mood that would prevent people from answering right away, even if they knew the answer, and in effect sending a warning to Erica. It seemed that Erica understood, and she averted her gaze, snorting derisively. To make 8 pieces, 4 slices would be enough, right? That's dumb. It would hardly be a puzzle if that was the answer. That's right. These are usually set up so that a smaller number than you'd expect is the answer. But still, how exactly could it be done? Oh, got it. You can only do this because it's cheese. True. If you tried to do it with the birthday cake, it'd be a huge fight. Wahahaha. That's right. You might be able to do this with cheese, but you never cut a cake like this. Huh? All of you know the answer? Damn it, am I the only one who doesn't? Oh, I've got it. Oh yeah, you've gotta think 3-dimensionally. Wait, even Jessica? I don't get it. What should I do? Hehehehe. I know the answer. It's written right here. Hehehehe. You didn't know the answer until you looked, right? Giggle. Get it, Battler-kun? I see. I understand it as well. This is something you can do because it is cheese. Yeah. Even Dr. Nanjo gets it? Could it be? Am I the only one who doesn't get it? I'm sure even your brain could be as flexible as cheese if we cooked it a little, Battler-san. Giggle, giggle. It It isn't something like use 0 slices with the knife and break it apart with your hands, right? Of course not. It's impossible to cut this cheese with anything other than a knife. Think of the cheese in 3 dimensions. That's hard. Might help to draw a picture on a paper napkin. So we have 1 large piece of cheese, right? Then we use a knife to make 8 pieces. Can the knife only cut in a straight line? So who's the fucking main character? Is it the girl or that red-haired guy? This red-haired guy is the main character. Battler-kun. Battler-sama. So... split in half. Cut, that's 4. How... Wait, is it 4? Or is it... No, is it 4? He seems like an idiot? Yeah. Yeah. But he reads books. Wait, half... It's 2 slices. It's 2 cuts, isn't it? Or no? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's 2 cuts. Right. Can the knife only cut in a straight line? Yes, that's right. The knife only cuts in straight lines. Oh, but here's the hint. You can only cut in a straight line, but you're free to cut it wherever you want. Oh no, is it 2 cuts? 1, 2, 3. Then you cut down the middle. No, it has to be 3 cuts then. He's the Makoto to the other girl's Kyoko. Well, what's the riddle? You have a piece of cheese. When you slice it with a knife, it cuts it into 2 parts. But what's the fewest amount of cuts you can do to get it to be 8 parts? So I'm thinking you cut it down the middle, horizontally. And then from the top, you cut it, and then you cut it. And then that'll be 8 parts. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Okay, so 3 cuts. Try thinking of a bunch of ways to stick it in. You should probably try to think out of the box a bit. Show us what you got, Battler-kun. You have a large piece of cheese. How many times must you cut it with a knife to make it 8 pieces? You could obviously do it in 4 cuts. Could it be done in even fewer cuts than that? Our hints so far point to being possible specifically because it's cheese. If it was a birthday cake, you really wouldn't be able to allow to do this. Lavonera is just hovering in the shadows, but you know she's still there. Pops in when you least expect it. Just lurking. Which is fine. Makoto, it's the other girl's Kyoko. Kyoko, though. Cheese. Cheese. Something you do because it's cheese? Oh. Oh. I've got it. I was totally tricked. This isn't something you could think of if your mind's all stiff and rigid. Seems like you finally hit on it. Hopefully it actually is the right answer. It's impossible to cut the cheese with anything except the knife, right? The knife can only cut it in a straight line, right? There aren't any other rules, right? Right? Ooh, not really. Alright, then that's gotta be it. Phew, that was a tough one. Almost like a riddle. Hahaha. You've just gotta get beyond cutting straight down from the top all the time. You make 2 cuts from the top to get 4 pieces. If you keep it like that, and cut across the side, splitting it into upper and lower halves, you get 4 times 2 equals 8 pieces. So yeah, 3 cuts. It's an answer you can't reach unless you think 3-dimensionally. In other words, the correct answer is 3. Hey. Huh? Really? I thought the correct answer was 1. Wait, what? What kind of magic did you use? There's no way in the world you could manage it with 1. People. This isn't a riddle. It's just a normal math problem. Battler big brain. Huh? Oh. Really? I thought of the 3-cut method right away. Yeah. But I figured that was too easy, so I guess I tried to twist it too far? Battler's answer is smaller than the one in the book. Is Battler right? Yes, he is. Battler-san is right. The correct answer is 1 slice. Battler was happy that someone had confirmed his answer. However, at some point, Erica's face had lost its cheeriness. To think that a human other than myself would give the answer 1, and that it'd be you, of all people. Your answer was 1 too, Erica? Guess you were also thinking out of the box. After all, it would be truly foolish to simply assume you knew what shape it was, after hearing that it was a piece of cheese. That's impossible. Oni-chan got it wrong, didn't he? How could you cut it into 8 pieces with less than 3 slices? How foolish, child of man. Giggle, giggle. It says to cut it into 8 pieces, but nowhere does it say that they have to be of equal size. It's still impossible. Do you cut it with something other than a knife? The rule says that the knife can cut it, but the knife can only cut it in a straight line. However, to turn it around, the rules do not say anything besides that. In fact, the shape of the cheese is never specified. I see. When you all heard a large piece of cheese, thought of a flat cylinder, like camembert or something? I was thinking about sliced cheese, like the kind you might put on your toast for breakfast. Because, you know, full blocks of cheese you cut with a knife aren't something I come across that often. The shape of the cheese isn't specified in the rules. A mistake by the ones who made the book. I imagine that there's a picture of a flat cylinder of cheese there in Maria-san's book. Ooh, there is. Right here. As Erica had guessed, the book Maria held had an illustration of a piece of cheese just as Erica had described it. With cheese of this shape, 3 slices really would be the correct answer. You cut it in a pattern, in a cross pattern. Cross, plus, cross. Cross pattern from the top to make 4 pieces. Then cut it from the side to double that and make 8 pieces. However, since this illustration hadn't been shown, the interpretation of the cheese had been left to the answer. He folded the cheese, That's right! At the moment the problem was stated, no one said anything about how the cheese was shaped or how flexible it was. Exactly. It seems that Battler-san was a more flexible one, when it comes to both brains and cheese. I don't get it. How does making sliced cheese let you cut it into 8 parts with a single knife slice? Why not try it with that paper napkin? Pretend it's sliced cheese. It's like this. You fold it accordion style. How many times do you need to fold it to make it 8 sections? He's the big cheese. 6 times. To fold it accordion style, you alternate between upward and downward folds. Once you've done this 6 times, it looks like the side of an accordion. With normal cheese, it'd break if you tried to fold it like this. But the rules say that this cheese can't break unless you use a knife, right? Yes, no problems there. After all, this is magic cheese that can only be cut by a knife. After folding it, if you start at the top and make a cut right down the middle, you're right. It would make 8 parts. Wait a second. The parts aren't all equal this way, right? All the questioner said was to cut into 8 pieces. They didn't say anything about them being equal. Well, if you change the way you fold it, it is possible to make them all equal sizes, but I wouldn't want to confuse you stiff-headed people with the explanation. I'm hungry now. Give me the cheese. The cheese. There's a video. Hold on. It's relevant. When was the last time I watched it? Oh, it's been a while. Oh, there it is. Let's not have it play, because that would be loud. But yeah, it's very loud in the first, like, 4 seconds. Warning. Loud warning. Okay. There you go. Oh. Oh! For a while, everyone was stunned. Battler had reached a far better answer than 3 by thinking of the problem as a riddle. Erica had already known both answers, and had even spotted a mistake made by the book. The others could do nothing but stare at those two in surprise. Okay, I'm gonna get cheese. Sounds good, Nara. Incredible! So we were the stiff-headed ones? What an utter defeat! We were thinking in 3 dimensions, but it looks like Battler's Kun and Erica-chan were thinking in 1 dimension higher. 4D chess! It seems the game with the witch has toughened you up quite a lot. Puzzles without specified rules, in other words, all things not covered by the red truth, are left to the observer's interpretation. It's the most basic of methods for constructing gaps in the witch's closed room. What are you talking about? Is that a quote from some novel? Well, let's call it that for now, shall we? Anyway, I guess this means that everyone's brains are as stiff as rock-hard cheese. Giggle, giggle, giggle. She broke. Big cheese lobby has won yet again. Without any signs of restraint, Erica looked at everyone and laughed sarcastically. Only Maria didn't notice the venom in that laugh as she happily turned to the next page. Ooh! Then on to the next problem. You have 3 cups and 6 coins. Split up the coins so that there is 1 coin in 1 cup, 2 coins in another cup, 3 coins in the 3rd cup. Ooh! Wait a sec, that's easy. Just stick 1 coin in the 1st cup, 2 in the next one, 3 in the last one, and you're done. However, you can do the same thing with only 5 coins. Can you do the same thing with only 5 coins? Ooh. Here's another cliched problem. Don't tell me that you'll all need to waste several precious seconds on a problem like this. By now, Erica was gazing around with an unpleasant look, acting in a manner that was completely inappropriate for both for a guest and for someone of her age. She was no longer a guest who would be staying until the storm had passed. She had transformed into an annoying guest who wouldn't leave until the storm passed. Everyone thought this, but they were unable to say it aloud. Oh, right. Speaking of problems with coins, heard that picking up coins is a good way of judging someone's skill with chopsticks. Chopsticks? Yes, chopsticks, that's right. Chopsticks are the most elegant utensil on the planet. Poking things and chopping them up with forks and knives is so barbaric. Chopsticks are the best. For me, using chopsticks is truly an art. You got a single slice of cheese? Nice. What kind of cheese? Jessica was about to say, aren't chopsticks just sticks? But stopped herself just in time. She realized that'd be best to let George take control for now. I have a coin here, so would you like to challenge me? I'm pretty good with chopsticks. Craft singles? Ah, nice. Cheddar, I'm guessing? That's right. We trained George very well with those. Indeed. Table manners are a window into one's upbringing. And Erica-san uses them quite well herself. I'll lend you some coins too. You have no idea? Is it cheddar? I have no idea. I can't remember. I mean, I guess there's different types, right? Craft singles. American cheese. Oh, okay. Cheese slices. Oh yeah, there's pepper jack, cheddar, fake cheese, imposter cheese. At least you're enjoying it, right? Indeed, table manners are a window into one's upbringing, and Erica-san uses them quite well herself. I'll lend you some coins too. It'll probably be more fun with more of them. It was okay. Technically none of craft cheese is cheese, so it doesn't matter. Corn oil and orange juice. Think we'll get some real cheese now? Sounds good. Jessica, watch closely and learn. Damn it. Alright, let's go. Let's see who can move the most coins over to their plate. Bring it on. Chopsticks, chopsticks. This time, George had steered the conversation to a good direction. Everyone else understood, and they helped to egg on this chopstick fight and change the subject. They are fully aware by now that Erica is extremely proud of her intelligence, and apparently she had the bad habit of using that to look down on other people. She spun her chopsticks around with the deft hand of a juggler, staring at the coins scattered on the table like a dog who had been told to stay after having a meal placed in front of it. Way too excited about chopsticks. The unsettling sound of the... Wait. Was it Battler at the beginning? I can't remember. I can't remember. There was that scene... No, it was Angie, right? There was that scene at the beginning. I think it was Angie, right? The unsettling sound of the wind had now blended in with the sound of rain, mimicking the howl of some monstrous beast. Just when it seemed to be crying out sadly, it would suddenly turn to a roar and rattle the window, striking up even more fear and unease within me. Light from the hallway poured in through the thin crack of the slightly open door. It seemed to carry with it laughter that was warm and happy, but very distant. I'm sure everyone's in the dining hall or somewhere having a good time. I want to go there as soon as I can. I'm sure my family will be there. I hate being all alone in a place like this. You have a turn with real cheese? Nice. Dad. Mom. Stubbornly tried again and again to get that door open. But the merciless chain... Okay, so never mind, it's not Angie. But the merciless chain just wouldn't let it open any further than that crack. On the contrary, being this close to a way out just made me more impatient. Gulping and trying to ignore the fear lurking behind me, I quietly closed the door. Who's dying? So at the beginning, we were from the perspective of this character. I don't know who it is. I thought it was Angie, but yeah, I don't know who this is. Apparently they're trapped in a room, and they want to see their parents. That light coming out of the crack is just a trap. An iron shackle, making it look like I'm an inch away from freedom. Though that door will never actually open. A shackle trapping me in here for all eternity. Well, technically, if you're over the age of 25, everyone? Everyone? I need to get out of this creepy room as soon as possible. And I close the door. Who's dying? Oh, who's dying? When I closed the door, all that filled the room were the eerie sounds of wind and rain. The way the wind picked up every now and then and shook the window frame felt like a monster in a cage shaking the bars. I was so scared of that monster, couldn't help but avert my gaze from the window. I'm not over 25 yet, so I'm not dying. Still safe. Gotta search. If I can't get out the door, I need to find another way out. Just to the side of the door was a closet. There was only enough space inside to hang overcoats. Of course, it didn't connect to anywhere outside the room. If this were hide and seek, it'd probably be fun to hide in there. However, inside this creepy room, it'd be no better than stepping into my own coffin. If I go in there, maybe I'll find myself trapped in the closet next. This fear I didn't understand sent a massive shiver up my spine, and I closed the closet door in a hurry. The rate in which your cells can replace themselves versus when they die usually begins at 25. So you start dying at that point onward? Great. I'm dying. There's one door left. Oh? And I opened it. There was the bath and toilet. Of course, there was no exit. There weren't even any windows. If I turned the faucet, water would probably come out. JP's dying. Not yet. If I turned the faucet, water would probably come out. Then disappeared down the drain and flew outside. I couldn't get out that way. Unless I went to the bathtub, with the stopper pulled out of the drain and smashed my flesh and bones to bits. I had the feeling that this was the only way out. Smashed my flesh and bones to bits? I had the feeling that this was the only way out, so the block stopper in the bathtub drain looked extremely terrifying. Guess you could have gone your whole life without knowing that fact. Yeah, I guess. What if I get on Jeopardy and then I'll remember this? What is dying? Tried a lot of things, both mentally and physically, but there really wasn't a chance of me getting out through the bathroom. Next is the window. Beyond the window is a pitch black darkness. Fierce winds and rain are slamming against the glass. The darkness on the other side of the window may have been unsettling, but I didn't really care where I went, as long as it got me out of this room. However, the window was clamped shut. Right down the middle of the window, which was made to swing open like a set of double doors, were several ugly metal clamps. That was even more unnerving than the chain on the door, like a rough operation scar on some bizarre monster. I wonder, are they gonna prove that there's a hidden door? Because I feel like that's the direction that they're gonna go in. I'm glad I can drop some nihilist information upon the chat today. Buffet hands. The wind and rain slammed against the window frame, shaking it and making it creak loudly. Loudly. However, unlike the door, this wouldn't open even a crack. I've had enough. Give it a rest already. What the hell is going on with this room? I've had enough of this creepy room. Enough. I think this is Battler, actually. It's impossible to go outside except by the door and windows. Compared to that thick door, the window looks like it might be possible to break. I'll smash it. If I swing a chair at it, the glass will probably break. Might even be able to smash the wooden grid that runs through these lattice windows. All I need to do is make a gap large enough to slip out of. I grabbed a fancy-looking antique chair and headed back to the window. Smash it. Over and over. The glass smashed with a violent sound, and the frame groaned and creaked. Smash it. Over and over. I could just break through the wooden grid. Damn it, what the hell? Even though the glass had been smashed apart, even though the cold rain that blew in tormented me, I just couldn't get that grid to break. They weren't iron bars, it was just a slattern wooden mesh. Even though it's fragile enough to make that creaking sound, why doesn't it break? No, wait, maybe it's almost broken. What if I try attacking it from a different angle instead of just smashing it head on? I stuck my left hand outside through the hole in the broken lattice window, grabbed the frame from the front with my right hand, and tried to break it by shaking it around from both sides. My left hand started to grow ice cold from the frigid winds and rain. When I shook it, fragments of the glass sticking out from the broken frame poked into me, and my wrist was soon stained with blood. But if I just get out of here, this much pain is no big deal. But I can't get out. I'm stuck. It won't open. Can't break it. The more violently I shook the frame, the more the glass fragments tore into my left wrist, causing me intense pain. Wait, what's... huh? Ow. Before I realized it, the glass fragments in the frame had extended outwards. It was as though an ugly beast was trying to chew my hand off with glass teeth. It didn't just feel as though they were growing outwards. They were actually getting longer before my very eyes. And they're chewing my hand to bits. I tried desperately to pull my hand out, but it had already dug deep into my wrist and I couldn't move it. I put all my strength into it, but it just hurt more and more. The glass didn't even budge. What the hell? Damn it! Let go! Let go! Let go! I hit the glass with my right fist over and over. That just hurt my right fist and did nothing to release my other hand. Just then, My left hand, which was still exposed to the rain outside, brushed against something slimy. What? It couldn't have been a leaf blown about by the winds or anything like that. I mean, it felt just like the touch of someone's spring-soaked hand. Hey, pirate. How's it going? Then, it closed tightly around my left hand. A sock hole. When I felt that 5 fingers, I knew that some person out in the darkness was touching my left hand. And yes, I know who it is. It's the witch. The terrifying witch who rolls over Rakanjima's night. The 2 hands soaked in the freezing rain gently caressed my left hand. However, though I could tell what was happening by touch, I couldn't see anything out there in the darkness. Then, what is happening? It's so spooky now, right? I felt about my fingers and twisted my ring finger upwards. Oof. Ow, 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 ow. It's gonna break. Yeah. His ring finger? I thought we were doing cheese riddles. That moment, I saw something in the darkness for the first time. It was white. Darkness. Grinned. And bared its white teeth. Then, that mouth filled with eerily white teeth approached my finger that had been twisted up so far it was about to break, and opened wide. Must have been laughing at me from the darkness. After all, that creepy mouth was twisting upward in a huge grin. I had a horrible idea of what it might be trying to do to my finger. A shiver ran up my spine. I resisted as much as I could, but the fangs of glass just wouldn't release my left hand. And then, gently bit my finger. Okay. Charlie! Flesh and bone were crushed and torn apart in an instant. Crunch, rip, tear, squelch, splat. Suddenly a campfire scary story. Scared it's gonna flash something spooky looking. It did. It's the usual. It's the usual mouth. Did you hear something just now? I think I heard it too. It sounded like a conch. It's probably just the wind hitting a window. This is a beat-up old mansion after all. Yeah, it is pretty creepy. When I was a brat 6 years ago, I remember spending a lot of nights all scared that the witch really was walking around the mansion. Oh? Ooh, she exists. Beatrice exists. You can never be scared. You're so brave, pirate. What's at the other end of this hallway? There are guest rooms there, but they aren't being used now. Yeah, after all, we have the guest house now. Until then, we would always stay in these guest rooms. You had an old lady throw potatoes at me? Nothing scares me. After that day. Yeah, I remember too. When I saw the guest house today, I was surprised at how beautiful I was. It was. Did I say I was? It was. Well, that's because it was just built. I wish I could move my own room over there. Shannon Erika-san's room is in the guest house too, right? Yes, we have prepared a room for her in the guest house. Except for little girls in white dresses at 3 a.m. in an alley. That scares you. Like The Shining. I'm picturing The Shining. What the fuck are you doing here? In this alley? Play with us. And since the guest house is a good distance away from the mansion, no matter what kind of trouble happens, you can't hear what's going on in one from the other. Are you still in detective mode? Eehee. Sounds like you'll be all bummed when we all wake up tomorrow and manage to say good morning to each other. Giggle. True. At least one of us had better be gone by tomorrow morning. What? Right? Allow me to guide you all to the guest houses. Guest house? Guest house. Go home. How's that button holding that shirt? Not exploding like a shotgun? It's doing its best. The adults were apparently about to begin a conversation that they didn't want the kids to hear. The real family conference was about to start. As the kids and Erica followed Shannon on their way to the guest house, they passed through the entrance hall. Is it epitaph solving time? Riddle? Looks like it's pouring down and it's hard to start now. Should we watch TV in the parlor until it dies down a bit? Mama said to go back to the guest house. We have to go or she'll get mad. Ooh. I think we'll be able to relax a lot more over there. Better than getting to see and hear our parents get all pissed at us. Giggle, giggle. Looks like everything's falling into place. Erica giggled, an openly indiscreet look on her face. I'll go get some umbrellas for everyone. Please wait here. Oh, wait a second. It's been bugging me for a while. Who's the woman in that portrait? Well, to be honest, I already know that's Beata's portrait. Still, we only just walked past it in the last game, which is no fun. Erica whispered to herself, but of course no one heard her. This is the Master's benefactor, Beatrice-sama. They say she gave grandfather a vast quantity of gold, meaning that she's to thank for the Ushirima family's revival. She's just a witch of grandfather's delusions. Supposedly, her ghost walks the corridors of the mansion every night. Hey, quit it. That story always freaked me out when I was little, and it always made this mansion feel terrifying after a night fell. Oh, right, that's true. What about now, 6 years later? I'd totally forgotten. But looking at this portrait head on, I can feel that old fear coming back a bit. Ooh, Beatrice isn't scary. At least as long as you respect her. If you don't... Right, Shannon? Yes. That rumor does exist among the servants as well. Rumors about servants patrolling at night bumping into mysterious silhouettes or gold butterflies. Yeah, was it last year or the year before? Didn't one servant fall down some stairs and get so badly injured that they quit? Wasn't there a rumor that it was Beatrice's curse? Jessica told it like a ghost story, trying to scare Erica, but Erica just laughed disdainfully. Come on, that's creepy. It was probably just an accident, right? Just a coincidence? It happened just after grandfather had this portrait hung here, so it was probably the year before last. Okay. So he hung the portrait, then he dies. Okay. In fact, if I remember, this here is the staircase that servant fell down, right? Yep. After all, this insanely huge portrait really stands out. Shortly after it was put up, everyone was talking about what it might be. And then when the accident happened shortly afterwards, people started calling it Beatrice's curse. So these ghost stories about Beatrice started after the portrait was put on display? No. Rumors about Beatrice-sama's ghost walking about were around even before that. However, I do think those stories grew in number after the portrait was put up there. Before then, even though they heard about the witch, Beatrice, they didn't have an actual distinct picture in the heads of what she'd be like. I imagine that this portrait made that picture distinct for them, strengthening the rumors even more. So who started talking about this Beatrice witch in the first place? Grandfather. He'd always start freaking out and yelling, "My beloved witch Beatrice!" Though until we saw that portrait, we had no idea what she looked like. It's no surprise that you get one or two ghost stories with a creepy portrait like this hanging around. You always find ghost stories popping up around things like a portrait of Beethoven in the music room, or the statue of the school founder. True. Wouldn't be strange for a few ghost stories to arise in an old, gloomy mansion with the sound of wind and rain present in the background for so long. Well, it's nothing more than a ghost story, a delusion, fairy tale, worth less than the usual drivel of a half-sleeping nitwit. Erica looked up at the portrait and smiled at it hostilely, as though she felt that this smile was disrespectful to Beato. Maria's face soured. Ooh, Beatrice exists. If you say things like that, you'll definitely feel the curse of a witch. Oh, how frightening. Please, curse me if you can, Beatrice. Giggle, giggle. Hehehe. So if we find you mysteriously dead next morning, we'll know it's the curtain raising on a witch's murder case. But you're a detective, right? Wouldn't killing the detective off in the beginning be a bit too radical? Oh, that would be troubling. That would get in the way of the crime scene inspection. I see. After all, even the Nox rules still prohibit the detective being killed. I have just what you need. It's a charm that'll protect you from Beatrice's curse. A charm? You have a charm for something like that? After fishing around in her bag, Maria pulled out a string of beads attached to a medal that had a scorpion drawn on it. Looked like a cheap prize from an arcade or something. What are these? Ooh, they're magic-repelling charms. Their effect is very weak, but if you use them, you'll definitely be able to avoid Beatrice's curse all night long. I've heard that spiderwebs are also useful for repelling magic. Who are these kids? Go away, kids. Ooh, that's probably because Beato is the incarnation of a butterfly. Huh? Wasn't it the evil spirits of Kujikishima that were weak against that? Also, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is that right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It could be Akujikishima. But I have no idea. It could be that. Go away, kid. Wasn't the evil spirits of Akujikishima that were weak against that? Kumasawa-san knows a lot about that sort of thing. Witches and evil spirits? This is getting a bit interesting. Would you mind telling me about it in a bit more detail when we get to the guest house? Here are umbrellas for everyone. It's still raining very hard outside, so please take care. Shannon handed out the umbrellas she had brought. Everyone headed towards the exit. It's 12 characters. I mean, that fits within the 11 and 13 range, but I don't know. And then, when there were none left standing in front of the portrait, a gold butterfly appeared. It expanded out into a golden splash, becoming a human form. Excuse me. In the hall, empty now that the children had left, Beato stood alone and silent, looking up at her own portrait. Without a doubt, the figure depicted there was as like her as an image in a mirror. However, it felt as though its eyes and expression were just a little different from hers. From her perspective, while the person in this portrait was almost infinitely close to herself, it was just as surely a different person entirely. I'm gonna head to bed now. Good night, JP. Night, Nara. Hope you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, have a good one. Who are you? Please, tell me what kind of person you are. Have a good stream. Thank you. Baylor? Beato had already finished reading the fragment from Featherine's library. It showed the tales of all the games so far. However, the witch called Beatrice, who had been depicted in them, had been so vastly different from her. I like candy bubblegum and taffy, skipped to the sweet shop with my heart sandy, got my pennies paid, some her sugar daddy. I'm her Hugh Crone to her Jessica Tandy, I like candy. What? What song is that? Candy bubblegum? I like bubblegum. I don't like taffy. And that's all I can comment on. The witch called Beatrice, who had been depicted in them, had been so vastly different from her. At the very end, it had looked as though that witch and Battler had connected just a little bit as rivals. But for the most part, Beatrice had just bullied and bullied Battler in nearly all the tales. Now it's a fake song from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. That just buzzed in my head. Oh, that's right. I remember you quizzed me on what they say in the end song. Can't remember what the lyrics are though. Even though this is about her, she had no idea why Beatrice had tormented Battler so much when she had supposedly been born for Battler's sake. All she had learned from Featherine's library was that the former Beato was a completely different person who defied understanding. What happened to you? I'm an egg of you. Chick. Your wings should have existed for father's sake. Just when did you have one of those torn off and end up so drastically different? Dancing is forbidden, or finger puppet. Oh, that's right. She had listened to the conversation Battler and the others had just been having. Beatrice can't handle scorpion charms. Like, I hear finger puppet more, but I think you said it's dancing is forbidden, because that's what Shake said. It's dancing is forbidden. Line sample from the first episode. Gotcha. She had listened to the conversation Battler and the others had just been having. Beatrice can't handle scorpion charms. Beatrice can't deal with spiderwebs. She wouldn't have wanted to touch either of those by choice, but it wasn't as though anything terrible would happen if she did. Was being perfectly fine with when around those proof that she wasn't Beatrice. Even though this involved her own self, she didn't understand at all. So she quietly gazed into her own eyes on the portrait. Felt as though the truth hid behind those eyes. Beatrice slowly approached the portrait, and then she lightly touched it. When she did, it felt as though the portrait rippled slightly. Yes, this is a doorway. A doorway to the long path that will lead her to the Golden Witch Beatrice. Beato felt a bit dizzy. She lost her balance, feeling as though the world was twisting around her. Then, when she couldn't tell which way was up or down, she was swallowed downwards. Plunk. With a soft, watery sound, Beato was sucked into the portrait. Oh, we are Mario 64 now. The world inside the portrait was pitch black. However, there was nothing unsettling about it. It was a comfortable darkness, like when you put your head under the covers in bed at night. That's comfy, Beato realized. This was a world inside herself. So, despite the darkness, she felt a warm embrace. As long as she asked for nothing, this world would ask nothing of her. But she couldn't remain like this. She didn't want to spend eternity inside the darkness of this world. Yes, I need to hatch out of my egg. This darkness is the shell surrounding the gold butterfly called Beatrice. I will be born for father's sake. I will be born to live for father's sake and to serve him. She took her goal, her reason for being born, and put it in words. As if in response to those words, the seal on the shell began to melt away. Cracks appeared in the darkness, and a brilliant light enveloped the world. No. And so, Beatrice was born. Huh? Wait, what? There I stood, along with another me. For a second I thought that the me in front of me was the real Beatrice, the one I wanted to be more like. However, she was looking back at me with the same bewildered eyes, so I realized that wasn't quite it. That's right. I wasn't the only one born from that egg. She was also born. Is she my twin? No, it feels a bit different. How can I put it? Both of us are lacking something and immature. Yes. Both of us are chicks, but we are also fragments of the true Beatrice. Felt as though we could become the real Beatrice together. No one explained this to us. However, we naturally understood. I decided to talk to this other me. Unless I get to know her and become one with her, I won't be able to become the Beatrice Father desires. In other words, the thing that Father wants from me, and was so heartbroken to find missing, must be something that she has. Hello? Beatrice, with her hair down, looked at me dubiously several times, then finally spoke. Why is your face the same as my own? The true Beatrice also spoke in that manner. Looks like she really does have something that I like. Well, I don't know why either. I'm the Golden Witch Beatrice. Okay. Beatrice, the elder sister? What? A mysterious witch who existed even before the rules. She has the same name as Beato, but she wasn't given the goal of devoting herself to battle. The final version of the witch sealed away by Kinzo. She spends her days pulling small pranks and clearing away the magic-resisting toxin, all for the sake of her resurrection. She is similar to the evil spirits of Akojiki-shima in many ways, such as her fear of spiderwebs. She is the one who gave Shannon the golden butterfly brooch. Okay. I see. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. And you are? I am also Beatrice. I was born for the purpose of serving Ushirmiya Battler. I'm the Golden Witch and the ruler of Rakanjima's Knight. I know of Ushirmiya Battler, but I have trouble imagining why I should have to serve a brat like him. I realized that the thought I had a second ago must have been true. Together we really can become the true Beatrice. Though the person in front of me does have the part that makes her a witch, which I lack. She does not possess the mission to live for Ushirmiya Battler's sake. She has what I do not. I'm sure I have something she does not. We must be two, and yet one single person. I think we're something like twins. No, that is not so. You are my little sister. I have been here since long before you were born. Huh? Is that so? I was born later. So does that mean the mission to live for Ushirmiya Battler's sake was born later on? However, I don't think my whole existence is something quite as faint and intangible as a mission. I have enough of a personality to think and act as I am doing now. So the Witch Beato and I are separate people, with both of us possessing something the other lacks. In that sense, maybe it's fitting for us to call ourselves sisters, as she says. I want to know about you. I also wish to know. I understand that you are also me. Why is it that you speak that way, and why must you serve Battler? Until we grow to understand this, it seems both of us will remain immature. I want to become a complete Beatrice. Until you were born, I was complete. However, now that you have appeared, I believe that accepting you is my fate. I also wish to know about you. The Witch Beato's tone was very slightly arrogant, which fitted her self-proclaimed status as the older sister. However, since we both realized that we were the same person, there was no need for her to be a bully. She probably realized that, after meeting me, her current form was no longer her real self. Where are we? Is this the hall of the mansion? Oh. Beato gasped. Her portrait wasn't there. Does that mean that this was at least 2 years in the past? Precisely. This is the hall of the Ushirmiya mansion. The night is my time, and the nighttime mansion is mine as well. That fool Kinzo is still so desperate to catch me and revive me. How truly ironic. Here I am, openly ruling the mansion every night. Kaku kaku. So, what do you do here? I have lost my body, and due to the effects of that hateful shrine, I have no magical energy. However, my power is surviving bit by bit every day. I can't wait to eventually undergo a spectacular resurrection and have a good laugh at Kenzo. I can't wait to tell him that I've succeeded in escaping from his cage. Simply put, I am a ghost killing time by wandering about night after night with nothing to look forward to besides teaching that old man a lesson. May I join you? Of course. After all, you are a part of me. How could the left hand refuse the company of the right? Why should I refuse? I shall be pleased to have you, my little sister, the new Beatrice. Thank you very much. One-sama. A somewhat embarrassing name, but it is not bad. Come, let us go. Let us take a walk through the nighttime mansion. Cackle, cackle. Let me introduce you to my boring everyday life. The two Beatrices changed their forms into two gold butterflies, flitting silently into the depths of the shadowy mansion. I don't know what's going on. It's fine. I mean, we'll get answers. I'm just weirded out. Waiting for the aha moment. So also what's going on? Oh, we're in the guest house. Okay. I'm gonna go to sleep. 3:56. I guess we're not keeping it consistent. That's fine. But man, this is fun. That was a good start. It's a good start to episode 6. Very curious what's gonna happen. Yeah, I guess I'll go to sleep. I shouldn't go to sleep. I should stay up. But I shouldn't play this when I'm sleepy, so we'll just come back at, I guess, noon or 1. I think last time it was 1. I forget what our schedule keeps getting pushed back to. It's fine. Imagine having a schedule, right, brothers? It's crazy. Also, hey, brothers, how's it going? Oh, man. I tried to sleep, what was it, 9 o'clock? Tired, yeah. I tried to sleep at 9, and then I woke up at 10. Because I guess my body is, like, used to doing these, like, 10 p.m. streams. So, I may have been awake since 2 a.m. Oh, man. Oh, boy. That's gonna lead to a fun stream. How's the Golden Sun going? So you're playing as Isaac with his move technique. I think I played it before, because it was a Game Boy game, right? Golden Sun is fun? Gotcha. I think I played in high school. I never finished it. Yeah, it is Game Boy. Okay. Excited to play the second? Second one's supposed to be good. Did you finish the first one already? Or... Because I remember playing it in high school. Yeah, I didn't borrow it long enough to beat it. And then I remember he's a trophy in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, I think. And that's where I got reintroduced to him. Not close, I think, though. Oh, okay. The second continues the story. It's basically this too. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That'd be fun. Is there... I haven't seen anything. Is there any news on the 24-hour stream? Or not yet? Because I do want to check that out. I want to see the Chrono Trigger part. And then... I don't know what else is one. You'll be starting it over the weekend? Oh, okay. Cool. Order a dress and shit. Oh, man. That'll be fun. I haven't seen the polls. Have there been more polls? Did I miss polls? Celeste, Silent Hill, Cuphead, and Banjo are ones I remember. Oh, that were winners. Let's see. Cuphead though. And Celeste. That Pog. And Banjo. All good games. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I want to say I'll be done with this next week. Silent Hill will be my manga. Is it the first one or the second one? I heard the second one's like super scary. But I haven't. Yeah, the first one? Oh, okay. What's after? Oh, after Umineko? I want to play Neverhood. Or is it Everhood? It just came out. I saw the trailer, it had a good soundtrack. So I want to play it. It's kind of similar to Undertale, from what it seems like, but I don't know. Yeah, first. Don't like starting out of number. Gotcha. That makes sense. Open Steam. Yeah, Everhood. But that'll be like a short. Well, is it short? I don't think it's short. I saw someone with like 30 hours of playtime in the reviews. But that'll be the immediate thing after. Because I do have some time. I still don't know if I'm in the program for work. But I still have some time. And then definitely after that would be... Well, at some point it would be It Takes Two. Gives me Undertale vibes, right? It Takes Two. Which is from the guy who did A Way Out. And A Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons. Something like that. Where is it? You want to play Loop Hero? I have access to it. I know Vlams was playing it. I think he said it was fun. But yeah, It Takes Two. I'll be playing that with Smuckatelli. So we had a good time with A Way Out, so could be good. Maybe. It better be good. I already bought it. Oh man. Yeah, I guess I saw Babby change their name. I was like, who the fuck's this? he got self-conscious about the name. I mean, it makes sense. Babby, babies. Let's get away from that. Let's get a rebranding up in here. But yeah, Smuckatelli. Almost unfollowed until I saw the pic. Oh man. Yeah, I think he's enjoying Neo 2 lately. Apex has been... I don't know. Apex, I want to like it, but the server lag, the desyncs, feels bad. Man. Yeah. Umineko. It's an enjoyable story. Very curious where this story's going. But yeah, that'll be for me. Have my ups and downs with Apex all the time. You have stuff you remembering? It's fine. It's been a while. It's good catching up. But I hope you're well, brothers. I'll try to stop by when I can. Glad to see you're enjoying Golden Sun. You too. But yeah, that's a stream. Thanks for tuning in. I'll catch y'all later. Have a good one. I don't think... Yeah, nah. Was there shoutouts? I don't think there's shoutouts. Besides following people in chat. Do that. You two take care. You two, brothers. Yeah, have a good one. Bye.